That might have a bit to do why we're not catching any fish, fam. The dolphins are here. Check this out. We've just had one pop up over there. Here he is, just in there, look. Look how close he is. Hello, mate. That is literally 10 feet from me. Cruising up the river on the high tide. There he is. Hello. Don't think we're going to catch much today, fam, but that's okay. Hello, buddy. Right. Oh, he's feeding. He's got something. Look, look. He's got something. He's slapping the water with his tail so that he can feed on fish. That's probably one of the brim that we're trying to catch. Wow, I need to make a phone call. Excuse me for a second, fam. Alright, it says... Now, is that Streamlabs or my phone? I think it's my phone. That's better. Yeah, it was. Hello, sugar honey, how are you? Alrighty. Yeah, it said that the stream cut out, so... Anyway, I just need to make a phone call, fam. Sugar honey, welcome. Just give me a minute. I thought it was a bit quiet, so... I'm just going to make a quick phone call, okay? Gymnast? Definitely not. Yeah, J-I-M, not G-Y-M. Alright, well, so this side of the river's out of the way. So let's just bring this in now. Must be a twig or something. Yeah, thought so. Alright, now, what we need to do, fam, okay, is... Now remember, this isn't our natural domain, all right? Dolphins were here first, and will still be here after a while. So what we're going to do is, because the dolphin swims down the channel here, we're going to go across the river into the shallower water. Right, let's see if there's anything down there. What I might do though is I might put my other phone on a stand so that I can read it. Right, so I'm just going to straighten that out. Here's the nature's rod holder with the tree roots there. Right, my call for this morning is I don't think we're going to see much action till the dolphin goes away. So what it does is, further up here there's a set of sand flats where it can't go any further, and it'll usually herd fish into the sand flats, and then what'll happen is we'll bring it back down. Sorry, it'll come back down through here, and then we'll start catching fish. But they will stick around for a while. Yeah, that's fishing. The good thing about it is, what we're going to do today, fam, is we're going to cook a pork belly roast on the campfire, and I'm also going to make up a really hearty pea and ham soup, and I might even do a chili bread. I love chili bread, so I usually do that when I go camping. Paul Newman, how are you, bud? Oh, that's right, sugar honey. You've got fat fingers, you seen these? Right. So, what I think we'll do is just keep a low profile. Look at the colours on the screen. The algorithm is so much better on this than the old platform, isn't it? Wow. All right. Let's just see what's going on here. That's all good. That's stable. Finally, we're getting something right. Excellent. Good. And for anyone out there that's a budding streamer, there is no perfect app for streaming. All apps have positives and negatives, okay? And hopefully, if there's anyone out there that's a bit of a technical wizard, can you invent an app that's stable and easy to use? Thanks. I'll be the first one to sign up. So, whew. Can everyone hear all the different birds and everything clearly? Okay. Whew, it's going to be a while between bites today, famo. I think I'm just going to plonk my seat down here, and then that way we're good to go. Okay. No. Wheelchair 2120, welcome to the stream, mate. How are you? How's your day going, Cobb? You okay today? I hope everyone's okay today, fam. so still a lot of unrest out there. Oh dear. As I said, I really don't think we're going to get any fish while the dolphin's around, so we'll just wait for it to go upstream. Usually it takes about an hour to come back. Yeah, I heard about that, Paul, and there was a little bit of a like cluster in Queensland, so that's going to be interesting. Oh, I'm going to put my feet up. Oh, yes. What a day. Not a single bite yet, Famo. Is that audio still good? $1,736 cases in Melbourne. Did New South Wales have numbers that high or not, Paul? Oh. Hey, Benton Fishing, how are you, bud? Only 608, wow. $1,603, oh dear. Are most of those cases in Melbourne, or are they in any rural parts of Vic? We're just going to stick around and wait for the first bite, fam, like I said, but I don't think we're going to have much action. 1,603, wow. I mean, Victoria and New South Wales are fairly competitive, so, you know, I can understand why Victoria would do that. Wow. Yep. Yeah, that's the problem, Benton, isn't it? With the COVID and that sort of stuff, you know. Supply is an issue. I mean, what, October, November, December, January, February, March, 5 months. Yeah, I know of people that have been waiting for parts for 6. What horsepower did you get, mate? I hope it's not buffering for anyone else, because that usually means disaster, sugar honey, you know? Wow, 1,736 cases. Now, Paul, how does that compare with New South Wales at the same stage? Because this is an early, I mean, you sort of peaked at about 1,700. This is just starting, isn't it? Or, oh, it's just nice to chill out next to a river. You went with a Honda 150, 7-year warranty. Smart move, mate. Yeah. 7-year warranty is pretty good. Suzuki has a very good warranty too, Benton, from memory, doesn't it? I thought they had a... Hang on. Oh dear. Four months longer to get, wow. Well, fam, not even a bite. A lot to do with that dolphin that was swimming past. Not that it's, yeah, Hey JP, how are you, mate? Well, there shouldn't be. The stream dropped out on one and then I had to restart it, JP. Streamlabs packed it in. Not a single bite, fam. New moon, high tide coming in. Nothing. What was that? Agent Cal Gibbs, how are you? Not a single bite. Cal, how are you, mate? Yeah, I saw that, Paul. It's actually had a lot of airtime in had a lot of airtime overseas in their media as well. So, I mean, I think some of the media places are on a mission to try and make us look like a nation of crazy people, you know. So, that's better. Oh dear. We'll get that fire cranked up a bit later, fam. Was that a bite? I doubt it. No, that's right, Paul. There's always something going on, isn't there? I like boring. Boring's good. WA's good like that. What's the actual, how do you pronounce the last name of your new premier correctly? Is it Perotto, or is he French descendant, or? Ah, just nice to chill out. You know what's going to happen though, don't you? We're going to finally hook a brim. We'll be fighting it to bring it in, and out of nowhere that huge dolphin's just going to snaffle it. That would be quite funny. Perotto. Hey there, no boy. Naibolyi. When you say Catholic, I don't think there's any countries that are actually named that. Do you know what I mean? So, Perotto. Okay, so it's an AT on the end. Right, so is that a little bit of movement on the line? Hello. I think we might be in for some action soon, fam. Right. Excuse me for a second. That line seems to be moving. Right. Rightio. There was a very slight movement on there, fam. Let's just see if there's anything on there. What did you have? You had 2 premiers in 4 days, didn't you? And now it's 3 in 5. Is there any other sort of what do they sort of call it, the underhand politics types since then? Because the opposition in the state that's relevant to you would be on their horse, wouldn't they? Just absolutely going for it. I think everything's in hiding from the Dolphins, fam. Thanks, Sugar Honey. Hey, Hitman, how are you, mate? Oh, that's all right, mate. Sorry, Paul. I didn't know you were working, buddy. Come on, why aren't you working? How did I get 2 streams to go at the same time? Huh? Hey Cosmos, how are you? Oh, Katsuya, thank you very, very much, mate. Unfortunately, if you put a full stop and a letter next to the full stop, YouTube picks it up as a link and they don't allow it in the chat. Oh, does it? That's not the right one, I think. It's this one. That's better. Manzi, how are you, bud? Ah, what a day. Nothing at all, Manzi. The only thing that we've seen in the water is a big dolphin, which it's their domain, you know. So, Daz 72, how are you, bud? Now, this is good. I've put the larger font down so I can actually plant this phone anywhere and read it from distance. That's better. Excellent. And that way I don't look like a phone with a human transplant, you know. I'm not going to put the larger bait out because the dolphin's there. Okay. Not a single bite, fam. The poor things are in hiding, I think. Which is understandable. So look, what we're going to do, the plan today is we're going to fish till about 10 o'clock and then we're going to start doing some cooking, okay? So I've got the ingredients to make a nice pea and ham. I've got a pork belly in there, and I may even do like that chili bread I was talking about. Because let's face it, the fishing's a bit quiet. The last time that we had the same conditions at the same time of the month, we didn't have the dolphin. I mean, I'm not trying to run the dolphin down or anything, but yeah. So I very rarely catch a fish while the dolphin's around, understandably. He or she, whichever one it is the fishing grand master sensei of fishing. Don't be deceived, even though it's a dolphin, it's really a ninja. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, they are very, very interesting animals to watch when they're hunting, fam. The way they work as a team and herd fish into the shallows or up against structure, then one or two will dive through and slam their tails down trying to stun the fish, you know? So, unbelievable. This is interesting. The tide's meant to be coming in, so when it comes in, it usually flows this way, yet on that side of the river, it's flowing down that way. I don't know what's going on there. So I think to get a fish this morning, we are going to have to cast really close to structure. I don't think they're going to be leaving the structure anytime soon due to this dolphin around, so we'll just keep an eye on that. I don't think there'll be anything up here like mulloway or river whalers or anything, fam. So there is a lot of structure in here though. So what it is, that side of the river is usually reasonably shallow. Where we've got this little bend in here, it's usually the deeper part of the river. So about 10 meters in, it drops to about 3 or 4 meters, depending on the tide. And then another couple of meters in from there, it starts to get really shallow. So what they'll do is they'll just swim through, or like that with their tail, they'll just swim through the channel looking for food and everything. Oh, that's right, Dan. Yeah, the algorithm on this platform is so much better. It's quite stunning, the picture quality that we're able to stream. Right, that bait has not even been touched, fam. So, there is an old saying that a lot of the old timers use: fish are where you find them. So, we've cast here, right? Not a bright move as the dolphin swam straight over the bait, so I don't think we're going to see anything there. I've cast over the other side in the shallows. Now, the only other place that I can see that could possibly have a brim due to all the structure is here, but maybe that's far enough out the way. So let's see if there's a brim here. That's a good cast. Just going to plonk that there. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to put this in here, right? Right, leave that there, and we're just going to wait for a bite. Okay, that's all we can do. But, oh, first, told you, we just had a bite, famo, right there and then. We just had a bite off that snag. Yep, took me straight under. There you go. The old saying, fish are where you find them. We just had a bite. Right, now that's interesting. Now, notice how the fish came out, smashed that and went back to cover. I think that's because of the dolphin. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to do a bit of ground baiting to try and sort of lull them into a false sense of security. Right, just give me a second here. So that poor fish has just swum out of the snag, hit the bait, gone straight back into the snag, obviously because it's got a creature that's 100 times its size swimming around that wants to feed on it. Hey, X-Ray Specialist Punk, how are you, mate? On the menu today, I'm going to make a chili bread. I'm also going to do a pork belly roast, but I'm going to do it where the top of the pork belly roast is nice and crackly and the bottom of it is nice and soft and tasty. And what I'm going to do is I call it a sweet chili glaze. So you mix cayenne pepper, red wine and honey together. And then about half an hour before the roast is done, if you slice it the right way, you just drizzle it over and it gets absorbed in there and it goes a beautiful golden sort of crimson type colour. And then we're going to do a hearty pea and ham soup. So we've just had the resident dolphin swim up the river and the fishing's just dead quiet. We've had no bite. We've got perfect conditions, full moon, no, not full moon, new moon and high tide in the morning. But obviously, oh, you're welcome, mate. And look, this is the good thing when you stream if you do a couple of things. So obviously today the fishing's going to be quiet because of flipper, but that's all right. We'll do some cooking, and that way I can have it for dinner. And we bought a new little cauldron, or a potchi pot as it's called. I think it's a South African design. But yeah, the pork. See, the good thing about camping, right, is with camping you can take really average slices of meat, and just by cooking them slowly and drawing all the flavour out of them with what you want to season them with, you know, they all tenderise eventually and literally melt in your mouth. So, yeah, that's the good thing about camping, mate. If it's not tender after an hour, you cook it for another hour. Then if it's not tender after that, you give it a bit more time. And usually by that stage, they've all drank that much beer, they think it's the best meal they've ever had anyway, you know. We are in Australia, remember? So, right there. So let me just burly up a bit, fam. The thing that concerns me, right, is that we've seen no mulloway. Next year, I've got a plan for spring, but we'll worry about next year for that. Although we still have got time now. I mean, this is prime time for mulloway in the rivers, you know. Right. So, okay, very interesting, fam. I've been studying that water while I've been chatting with you, and I've just seen a few ripples through there. There must be fish under there. So, hang on. Oh, hang on. Here he is. He's back, look. That's why they're ripples. They've gone, ah, it's the dolphin. So, see you, mate. Thanks for coming by. Say hi to the wife and kids. All the best. Fellow mammal there, you've got to show a bit of respect, you know. Oops, get out of there. Okay, now that the dolphin's gone, hopefully we'll start getting some fish. No disrespect to the dolphin. Great. Hey, Trapping 4, how are you, mate? Welcome to the stream. How are you, bud? How you been keeping? Really good to see you in here, mate. Hope that you're keeping well. What's going on in life, bud? Rightio. Will you lot stop dropping honky nuts on the ute, please? Do you mind? We've got some parrots in the tree. What they'll do is they'll sit on one leg, right? They'll bite a honky nut off. They'll hold it in the other leg. I can't get it up there, right? And then they'll just drop it. And that's the tunk, tunk, tunk that you hear on the car. In spring, everything flowers in Australia. Never Neverland is just a, it's just another phrase, Jose. So usually they say that to refer to the desert or the harsh country, you know what I mean? So, what happened there? Come on, get out of there. We had that one bite and then the dolphin come back and they disappeared again. Okay. We should be okay. Do you mind, birds? Here? Flat out. When it came in, it went really close to that snag. So let's just do a cast across the river. We'll give it another 15 minutes. There we go. Right, so it should hopefully start to get a bit better now, Famo. Okay, excellent. Come on. Righty, I'm just going to take a step forward. I've felt a little bit of resistance on the line. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm really going to slacken this off now. Nope. All right. As predicted, it's a bit slow on the uptake this morning. Yeah, we've had one bite in between the dolphin swimming upstream and coming back, and then as it came back it really hugged that corner. So let's just see what's happening, fam. And now that the dolphins swum past, now I can cast out a bigger bait in case there's a little river whale or a mulloway in here. Oh, that's old news, trapping. That's 3 months ago, mate. Yeah, I've already explained it 100 times. So yeah, I've made a decision to go to YouTube. So yeah, it's all good. Best thing I ever did. Oh. Rightio, let me just go and check this campfire for a second. Got a feeling we might be going out there a bit earlier. And thank you very much to the 15 people that have tuned in. We don't have too much download at the moment. We've only got 3,000. Why is that only that? Account settings, excuse me for a second. There we go, finally. Technology has been an absolute mung bean this morning, fam. We'll throw out this big rod as well. Probably not a good idea with the dolphin out there, Jim. Let's just go. Here. That's better. Righto, let's just see. Hopefully we've got a stream and hopefully we don't have a bait on here. Now, that's interesting. There's a snag there that hasn't there before. So did I bring back the sinker or not? Or did I lose everything? No, I've got the sinker. Do I have the hook? No. There you go, fam. So what we did is we cast across there and hit a snag that I haven't hit before, which is good because that means there's more structure. So we've got a juvenile muley or pilchard out in the middle of the river. Hopefully something swims along and hits that. What I'm going to do is just put another hook on here and leader, and let's continue with what we're doing. Sorry about the technical issues this morning, famo, but it's been a nightmare. Oh, we are back. Excellent. Not this again. All right, yeah, we are back, Manzi. There we are, 14 pound, lovely. Hey there, Aussie Welsh, how are you, bud? Mate, I had a bit of trouble finding myself this morning. It's just been a nightmare today, mate. Just ridiculous. Look, I mean, YouTube's the future of streaming, I think, but it still has a lot of things that it needs to sort, you know. How are you, Aussie Welsh? Is life treating you well? One thing to remember too, fam, that they don't teach you in the books, when you're using two sinkers and they're lead, they always impact. See how we've got the rounded original shape there, and see how where they've been butting up against one each another, they're straight. Right, you've got to be careful because that can end up pinching your line as well. Okay? I think I have got some. There we are. How's life treating you, Aussie Welsh? I wonder if trapping's still in here. We're just going to put some more 14 pound fluorocarbon on. You don't need too heavy a fluorocarbon, fan. In terms of fishing action, this river's a bit dead this morning. I don't know why. Hopefully the stream doesn't cut out this time, eh? Think we might be heading over to the campfire sooner than later, fam. Rightio. A little bit more bait again, and away we go. Oh, okay. No, it's probably my end, mate. I haven't streamed for a week, and yeah, you can tell. Right, thank you to the 9 people that are still here. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience this morning. Sir Drinkwater, how are you, buddy? How's life treating you? That's the cast. There was a little patch of shade over there near that snag, and I actually managed to flush the cast right in the middle of it. So we have the Calcutta out here with a pilchard on it and our standard hook rig, and here we just have a pilchard tail. So hopefully now that it's been a fair while since the Dolphin has swum back downstream, hopefully the fish will come out and feed, because we've got the perfect conditions for it. It's just not happening. You know, if you're out in the middle of the paddock and, you know what I mean, a pride of lions came through, you'd go and hide too, wouldn't you? So right, so there's a bait fish that's headed into the shallows. Hopefully something's chasing it out there. Right, let's just leave that there. Might be going to that cooking stream a bit earlier than expected today, Fairmo. Oh, there. No, not like that. Like that. That's better. Right. Yeah, one, maybe, not several, you know. So, Jimbo, Cartoon Heads here. How are you, Dr. Chemistry? Now that's better. Now we're actually getting a clear stream. This is better. Welcome, Cartoon Head. Or as I like to say, Russell Coit that's let himself go. Welcome to the stream, mate. We're going to be start doing some cooking about 10 o'clock. We've had the Dolphin come through, so there's no fish biting. In saying that, we had one bite in between the Dolphin heading upstream and then going back downstream. So I'm just going to wait for the fish to come onto the bite again and see how we go. Jimbo, you'd be very proud of me. Second last night, got lagged out right on the final shot. And 8 kills. There you go, Jim. 2 weeks with you and on the way, you know. Alex, how are you, bud? Hank, what's going on? Nice to see everyone in here, fam. I've actually got a very funny clip to send you, Jimbo. I'll do that this afternoon when I get home, mate. Talk about robbed. Oh. Oh, isn't this peaceful, fam? Got the magpies chirping in the background. Everyone's nesting. It's spring. You know, you can see all the little birds flying along with little, you know, twigs and branches and leaves forming nests and that sort of stuff. This is the time of the year that a lot of the fish come in to spawn as well. wait for the little buggers to finish their school holidays, and then after that we're going to start fishing, fam. Okay? Yeah, thanks, Hank. It was, I mean, this is the traditional winter that we had years ago. To winters when I was a kid in the 70s and 80s, you know. We had a very, very long dry spell. Mid-80s was really dry. Dams like Big Brook and that sort of stuff nearly dried up. So, yeah, and I mean, I haven't been able to get out and do any outdoor stuff for the last week. I went for a bike ride day before yesterday, so, you know. But Jimbo and everyone else, like I said, we've got a pork belly in the esky, trying not to get the taste of muley onto it. As well as that, we're going to do a pea and ham soup. I've got a little cauldron, or potchi pot as it's called. You're right, Jimbo, you look after the phone, mate, because that's the kumata, as they say, you know. Lira in other places. Oh yeah, for sure. And what I'm going to do, Jimbo, and everyone else that's in chat, I'm going to cook the pork belly on a bed of onion and leek. Onion and leek are two like veggies that when you put them with meat, onion and leek goes sweet, you know what I mean? Like leek has, I mean, just ask any Welsh person, you know. What's their patron saint? Was it Andrew or Peter? He held up a leek and all the snakes left Wales. So yeah. Bit of yeah, Will Gadamas, how are you, mate? Unfortunately, there's no trout in here. This is just an estuarine system. So maybe in winter they come this far down with all the freshwater flow, but you know, who knows? Yeah, don't mix beef with fish, mate. Oof. So yeah, the pea and ham, what we're gonna do is we're gonna burn off the new pot and season it, and then to celebrate the new pot, what we're gonna do is we're going to basically just cook a stew in it, you know. Thanks, Aussie Welsh. I did a restart as well, pal. It was just disgusting. I have no idea what happened. Look, people, if you're a streamer that's out there, there is no perfect streaming app. You've got Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Prism, or Prison, as I like to call it. And then, you know, you've got other ones as well. All have advantages and disadvantages. And if there's any tech genius out there, you know, if you can invent a very simple app to use that's practical and works, can you invent one? I'll be the first one to sign up with you and promote it, okay? Trout and tripe, never heard of it, mate. Oh, underwater visibility, not really, mate. We're lucky where I am, because it's the Indian Ocean. The Indian Ocean's a very like shallow ocean for quite a long way. And I mean, we've been in 16 or 17 metres of water on a still day, and we've dropped a bait down and we've watched the bait go down and I've watched the fish hit the bait. That's how clear it is. And there are underwater cameras that you can buy for boats that work when going through structure and that sort of stuff. So, you know. And look, Alex, there's no right or wrong with conditions for fishing. Ideally, me personally, I like to fish a new moon with a couple of high tides and a couple of low tides in the day because the water's always moving, you know. And some people like to fish a half moon, whatever. It's the same old story, mate. As long as the winds are right and you can get out in a boat, go fishing, because you'll be pleasantly surprised. There's no hard written rules about it, you know. Main streaming machine. What's going on here? That's good. It's not my Wi-Fi. Yeah, what I'm going to do, X-Ray, is when I can afford it, I've actually got everything ready for the ultimate streaming setup. I just need to get the right laptop for it. So what we'll do is, Eventually it's going to get to the stage where, with the new technology that I've invested in for the stream... What was that? Aussie Welsh, you're right, but it's getting a bit easier. The secret to it is coverage, you know. And now what they've done is, what was groundbreaking technology with signal receiver, I'll use that phrase, 6 months ago, is now defunct, right? That was FUNCT, by the way, right? And now they've replaced it with other technology that's standard, that's working. So with the technology that I've got, if all goes well, I should be able to receive signal from a phone tower up to 40 to 50 k's away, if it goes well. And it's a lot to do with positioning and that, so there's going to be a lot of trial and error. But the good thing is, if you can't do a live stream on YouTube, you just film it and do a video, you know. So I mean, look at the quality of this picture. This is awesome, you know, and just fantastic stuff. What is it now? It's 20 to 9. Yeah, we'll go till 10:30, fam. We'll see what's happening, you know. Or we might just pick everything up and just move over to where the fire is. How long until Starlink is out? Alex, apparently it's reaching most parts of Australia by the end of this year, but as it is in most places where it's on trial in terms of like the technology, I've registered with Starlink. Okay, they've got my details, and as soon as it hits the account and Starlink's here, I'm going to get rid of NBN. I'm just going to go with Starlink. So yeah, let's just see how we go. But I'm hoping that, look, I've got some brim fishing spots that will absolutely blow your mind, fam. You know, we'll go there and catch 100 brim in a day, with over half of them over 40 to 45 centimetres. But I need to protect the location of the spot, right? But I also need to get signal to stream from the spot. Does that make sense? So, you know, 6 of 1. Yeah, that's right, Alex. And the other thing is too, like I said, we had a dolphin here. So when you've got a large predator in the area, right, the fish aren't really going to stick around for anyone. You know what I mean? So, and I've been fishing before in this same stretch of river. Fish everywhere biting. Dolphin comes through, dead. Nothing, not a thing. And then about 2 hours later, then it starts to pick up, you know. I don't know whether you can see across the river there, fam. Probably not. But there's a stream of flowers falling out of the tree where these parrots are feeding on them. Okay. It's just, that's why, Alex, when you fish, you look for structure, like trees, for example, where the canopy line finishes. As a rule of thumb, you usually find, especially in a river like brim and that sort of thing, you'll find them from the canopy line in. You know, you very rarely catch fish out in the middle of the river where you've got the sun blaring and there's no protection for them. So, you know, they'll end up becoming part of the fish's diet, you know. Hey Alex, look mate, thanks for the suggestion, but no, I'm not going to put up a tip or donate button until I'm partnered, okay? I want to do this off my own back, and I don't want to impose upon the community in any way by doing so, okay? So yeah, that's where I'm at with it. I appreciate the gesture, but yeah, until I'm partnered, nothing of that is going to go up, and I don't really think that the you know, the content at the moment, and I usually set fairly high standards for myself, so I don't really think the content at the moment is sort of worthy of that. And yeah, I would much rather leave that on the old platform than this one, mate, because that's not the method behind the madness for when we stream, as you know, hence we don't have any sound alerts and that sort of rubbish. Just to give you an idea, I uploaded a couple of old clips from the old platform, and on the old platform, you know, I thought that I'd bought the sound alerts under license. I just don't know how they can be used on another platform. You come to YouTube and it sort of violates, you know, the copyright and that was a real shock like that for quite a while, mate. We're up to 2,000, and until then, it's just fair bump, play on, you know. And I don't want people to come in sort of thinking that they're expected to tip or donate or sub or anything like that. That's never been the intention. If people enjoy the content that much that they you know, feel like doing that, that's totally up to them. It's appreciated but never expected, you know. So I think we might have some kayakers paddling down the river, fam. Oh, you're welcome, Alex. Yeah, I mean, okay, so everything's stable, good. Yeah, it's not a question of, you know, being hard on myself, mate. It's like anything. I mean, streaming's a game, if you know what I mean, and it's the game that interests me. So trying to provide, my ultimate intention with this is to be able to develop or get my hands on technology that can allow me to stream in remote areas that other people can't stream from, and I think I'm pretty close. I've been doing a lot of research in the downtime when I haven't been able to fish. And those are the sorts of places that you catch fish of a lifetime, you know. When you've got places that are under sort of serious fishing pressure and that sort of stuff, you don't really have that option, you know what I mean? Especially this morning. Oh, hang on. All right, I've just seen some water movement over there, fam. I'm going to bring this bait in and I'm just going to cast to the left because it looks like there's something swimming and milling around the snags in there. That's where we did have a bite before, okay? I mean, I've been casting really well this morning. There's just no fish around, or there are, but they're not biting, you know. Yeah, that bait is totally untouched. Right. Nice, that's great cast. That's a great cast. So what I did there is, when you're casting, what you need to do is you need to be able to judge where your sinker's going to land, not where your bait's going to land, right? Because all the sinker does is the sinker gets your line out there when the bait follows. And when you've got a bait at the end of your rig and you have a sinker sliding down to a swivel, okay, is if you've got a 50 centimetre leader on your rig, right, you want to cast your sinker 50 centimetres from the target that you're aiming for. If you've got a 40 centimetre leader, you just try and cast the sinker 40 centimetres from your target that you're aiming for, okay? So it's a bit different though when you have a sinker at the end, because when you've got a sinker on the end, you want it right on it, okay? And yeah, never ever have a sinker sliding down to a hook, fam, right? You always want to stop your sinker about 40 centimeters from your hook at all times, because if you go to eat an ice cream and someone kicks you in the face while you're doing it, that's the effect that the sinker has on the fish, you know? And I've had far more success with a sliding sinker to a swivel, leaving 40 to 50 centimeters. When I'm fishing for really finicky fish, like in freshwater and big brown trout and that, in the old days with baits, sometimes I had a meter leader, you know, because so they couldn't see where the sinker and the swivel was. And that's the only way I could get them. Australian salmon the same. I like to fish for Australian salmon with floats. Minimum of a metre between the muley and the float. 1.2 metres is ideal. It just makes it a bit hard to cast, that's all. Right, that's there. I'm going to put this in next to the cow cutter. And chuck that in there. Right. Leave a little bit of slack and hope that we get a fish. And thanks to the 13 people that have tuned in today, fam. Let me just go to Twitter for a second. Give me a second, famo. Oh, we're on. There we go, famo. That was a good fish. That was a really good fish. That was an exceptionally good fish, but it's not on there anymore. Okay, that was a great bite. Oh, that was a great bite. All right, so the fish are under the snag. Bugger, that rod nearly buckled over. All right, at least they're back now. Great work. You gonna work with me here, phone, or what? Oh, God. What? Everything dies, fam, when you're trying to get it done. Oh, come on, phone, please. Thank you. That was a very big brim, fam. So anyway, I didn't think we'd get anything after the dolphin. Great. Hey Nathan John, how are you, bud? Big Bernie. How are you, mate? BM. How are you, crew? Nice to see so many of the Mod City crew in here. Greatly appreciated for your support, man. All right. Hopefully, that fish hasn't lost its taste for the bait, fam. All right. So, what happened was, we've had nothing all morning. There's nothing over. Normally, there's always fish on that side of the river. But, okay, I actually think there's a congregation of fish under here because I can see water movement around the snag. So, let's just give them a bit of incentive. It might have a little bit of a sore tooth at the moment. So, I'm just going to give it a little bit of a donation. Down to a swivel. What I've got is, I've got a cut piece of, I'll just make sure that I've got that in the right spot. I've got a cut piece of a muley tail here. So, little points to remember. See how the top of that is a darker shade than the bottom? So usually that signifies where the lateral line on the fish is. So what we're going to do, we're going to go underneath the lateral line like that, then over the lateral line. Always bait your hooks so the cut piece, where all the juices from the fish tail are going to flow out, is where the point of your hook is. Okay? So, hopefully that's gotten into a false sense of security. Right. Oh, managed to save that one. Now we are right under the snag there, fam. Right. This fish is a good sized fish. So what I'm going to do, right, is I'm going to leave a little bit of slack here. I've set my drag to full. I'm using 20-pound braid, 14-pound fluorocarbon. 14-pound leader for brim is plenty. A lot of the tour fishermen use 6 and 8 pound, right? Because this is a snag and I'm using bait, I'm just going to leave it right there. I can just see a little bit of water movement behind the snag where I've cast. So I'm hoping that means that there's going to be a fish. And what they'll do is they'll swim out, they'll hit that and turn, and then they'll head straight back for the snag. And what I need to do is turn its head and face me and get it to work out this way. All right, so let's hope that it's still there. That's twice we've dropped that fish now. Okay, and they only sort of started coming on the bite after the dolphin left. Right, wet my hands in case we do get to land it. So it's the same old story when you're fishing. You've got to plan what you're doing, right? And whenever you go, whenever you go fishing, don't worry about your phone and other stuff. Sit down and watch the water. Learn what the water's doing. It's more important, I would say, in freshwater, because trout are one of the few fish that were born that will tell you where they're fishing. You'll either see a little V in the water where there's a dorsal fin, or a swirl, or fish leaping out the water, you know. And I mean, having watched a lot of larger freshwater fish, just seeing how they work, you know, like you'll see a trout there just in the water millowing, and out of nowhere it looks like it's gone as stiff as a board, and the fins drop, right, and then boom, it's off like a rocket, you know. Right. No. A minute, let's just concentrate on what's going on here. Hopefully it swum up and hit all those other baits. Yeah, once the dolphin got here, people, I didn't think we'd get anything, but the fish are there. Ugh, bait. Better not get that on the dinner, or the lunch, sorry. Yep, it's not touching that. Just going to give this a bit of slack. Yeah, with that weight that it felt on the rod, it might be off the bite for a bit, Fab. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to plonk myself down over here. Right, let's just take this slack out. Hey Ninja, how are ya? Matthew Oates, how are you, matey? We're just fishing for Western Australian bream today, matey. That's all we're fishing for. Just going to plonk myself down here and wait for a bite. How are you, Matthew? You having a good day? Yeah, good. How's Corona over there, Ninja? Not Corona, COVID. Having lots of issues with signal today. All right, that's better. So which is the live one? Oh yeah, I hear you, Mary. All right, so I picked the right one. I just don't know how I've got two streams going at the moment, Famo. I just don't get it. Oh. Okay. Wow, okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cast at the other spot. Right, I'm going to give this a break for a little while. The hook nearly getting lodged in its mouth, you know what I mean? Oh, I hear you, mate. I've already had the Pfizer vaccination, Ninja. I've had the second one. I didn't react too well to the first one. My arm was just dead. So, yeah, I hear you, mate. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's just keep it nice and low key, and that way so what we'll do is we'll give it half an hour across the river, then we'll come back to this spot. Hopefully that fish has forgotten about the sting in its mouth, you know. A little bit of movement in this braid. Yeah, I saw that from your northern neighbours, Ninja, so it's interesting. That's why I'm glad McGowan made the stand when he did, Ninja. You know what I mean? That was just good. Wow, okay. I need to hydrate in a minute. I haven't had a drink of water yet today. I'm starting to feel the pinch. Yeah, it's in the name, isn't it, Sir Drinkwater? All right, we're just going to leave this across the river there again, fam. Yes, that's right, Dr. Chemistry. Hey, I think that's a good suggestion by Dr. Chemistry. Look, people, all due respect, please go to the Discord and chat in general chat and chat your brains out. No one's going to censor you in there, okay? But for the sake of the stream, I appreciate exactly what everyone's going through. No, that's right, Ninja. Mate, it's a very, very hotly debated topic at the moment, you know, and all over the world, not just, oh, hang on, not just even the eastern states, mate. So, you know what I'm saying? And when you're dealing with people's livelihoods, Let's try that spot there. I'm still nowhere near the snags though. I've got to try and get as close to the snags as possible, fam. But like I said, this is ideal fishing conditions, right? But we have had, you know, the visit from the dolphin, fellow mammal, right? Oops. I'm the old wet bum, no fish. Most of the time when you're fishing rivers, everybody see all these little fish coming to the surface here? That means that's before. So if that's the case, right, get in there. No, nowhere near it, Jimbo. That was absolutely gutless. There we go. That is right on the money there. Just want to get one fish today. That's all we need. Right. Won't be long, fam. Oh yeah, what's going on there? Yeah, can we just drop that chat right now? I don't want to hear another word about it. Thank you very much. All right, I said that about 5 minutes ago, so can we just leave it? Thank you. Jai, how are you, mate? Not yet. I've had a couple of good bites off this snag, mate, but I think the last one, when I couldn't hook it up, sort of ruined the friendship, you know? I'll give you my take on things, fam. In life, one rule I do is unless I see it for myself, right, I don't really want to comment on it. So fishing, I've made a million mistakes fishing. I'm going to make another million before I die, right? But I can comment on the fishing because I've done it and seen it. And all I'm doing is, unlike a lot of other streamers, I don't sit around thinking about what I can do to get views. I just do what I do and turn the camera on. That's how I've always been, famo, okay? There's so many streamers out there, and the last platform was notorious for that. they would wait for someone else to come up with an idea and then try and run with it and make it their own. The amount of times I caught people out like that, I just got fed up with it. But irrespective of that, when you're dealing with opinions, opinions are exactly that. I'm in Western Australia. I'm not in America. I'm not in Europe. I'm not on the east coast of Australia, so it's not my place to comment because I don't know and I haven't seen it myself, right? And I believe nothing that the media tells me, all right? And that's from dealing with them previously in life and knowing what the sentiment is with them, all right? So let's just leave that conversation, right? And as I said, go into the Discord. If you type !Discord, it'll give you the invite to the Discord. Go in there and have as much of a heated argument as you want, but let's just leave the chat clean. And as was said before, we'll worry about the lack of fish while fishing, and we'll do a really nice meal up. We'll keep it nice and chilled and low key. And the other thing is too, none of this is scripted, famo, right? We are at the mercy of the elements with this. So some days we catch fish, other days we don't catch fish, you know. I think I've had one time I came to this spot and caught a turtle, but I still caught something, you know. All right, so just leave it there. Okay, steady, steady. If we want to chat about something that's inspiring, let's chat about Jimbo's mutton chops on there, the old cartoon head. Seriously, mate. It's like a set of lights on a landing strip, Jimbo. Oh, come on. Right. Now, fam, almost on cue. Right. I did feel a slight resistance there, right? The slightest of resistance. Right, distract myself with the phone. Cosmos, well. Dr. Chemistry, that was sensational comedy and banter. Well done, sir. All right. Now, there's an alternative approach. Everybody just get too stoned to catch the virus. Yeah, there you go. It's there. Okay. Cosmos, fish have a protective slime. So they'll have their protective slime. They'll have their like scales, their skin, and then their flesh, right? As humans, being warm-blooded, we have oils and acids and fats and everything coming out through our skin. Not really designed to be manhandling fish, okay? In freshwater, it's a lot more prevalent because trout have very, very small scales, so they're more susceptible to it. So when you wet your hands and wash your hands, it just washes everything off and it cools down the outside temperature of your hand. Pick the fish up, handle it straight back in the water, okay? I learnt that a long time ago. Ideally, you'd want to have a wet cloth. You know what I mean? Nice wet cloth, lovely. But we haven't got that at the moment. The only thing that's wet at the moment is the water and not the landing net, you know? So, hey, come on. Now, if I didn't know better, I'd say these fish were being finicky and the dolphin's going to turn up again. That was a good fish that hit before. Normally they get one hit and let go. That hit 3 times. That's a big fish that's turned its head, that's bullocking, you know, towards the snag. And of course I couldn't, come on. That's better. Right. So, famo, got to remember too, when you're trying not to move a bait, when you breathe, you inhale and exhale, your body's moving. So if you've got a straight line and you're inhaling and exhaling, that bait's moving without you even realising, right? The only place I can see any water movement just under the surface is this snag here. Okay, I can't see anything over there. I can only see it here, fam. So I'm under the assumption that there's fish under there still, okay? But what I'm going to do is, I think my next cast is going to be past the snag, and I'm going to try and flick the bait in behind it. There might be a little bit of a gap there where there's a fork of a tree. Oh yeah, for sure. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, Dr. Chemistry. He's probably lurking in the trees over there with his binoculars now, waiting for me to catch a fish, and then, you know, jumping out of the like trees in his Spider-Man outfit. Now that you've said that, I'm a bit worried. And Cosmos, what happens is, and I've seen this before, I've seen people handle trout, let them go. I've come back 4 or 5 days later in a landlocked pool, and you see the trout in the water, and it's got a fungus on its skin in the exact same shape of the hand that grabbed it. Fact. So once again, it's just something from experience, you know. So, and especially in summer, when you've got like 35 or even 30 to 40 degree days, you rip a trout out of the water, it dries up straight away. As soon as you touch it, it's like you're burning it with a hot iron, you know, when they brand the cattle. So little things like that that a lot of people, you know, don't seem to realise, which is important too, you know. Ah dear, we've missed our chance on the big one, fam. Right. Okay, bait's untouched. What are we going to do now? All right. Going to have to go for Old Faithful, fam. Oh, come back here. I've got a little groove on my thumb where I've got a cut that's healing, and the line just caught that. Okay. Let's go again. That's a bit better. Let's leave that there. Oh, you're welcome, Cosmos. We're going to do a pork belly. Why is that? That's better. Oh, it is Ninja. Yeah, it's like anything, Ninja, isn't it? You know, general consensus with pork is that it's the worst meat out there. I beg to differ. You know, I think pork's a very sweet meat, and you can cut the fat off the outside of it. And as long as you roast it and it's on a tray so air circulates around it, most of the fat dribbles out of it anyway, you know. Yeah, mate, when you go camping, and this is what I was saying when I first started the stream, when you go camping, you can turn really average slices of meat into, you know, stuff that melts in your mouth. The good thing about cooking over coals is it cooks a lot slower than anybody can just whack anything in a fry pan and hit the heat, you know. Yeah, hey, look at that, instant food. Not when you're camping. Got to cook it slow. You draw all the flavour out of the food, you know what I mean? When you say wind knots, Max, what do you mean? Do you mean fly fishing, Or do you mean fishing in general? Right, that's good. Stable connection. Everything's good. Thank you. I might just start gathering some of this stuff to light the fire, actually. These are nice and dry in here. Just make sure there's no snake in there. That's going to be really good kindling, fam. Did I just turn myself in knots? Wait. The braid dance. Righto, let go. This is when you don't want a fish to hit. Yep. Good work. Okay, what's that hooked on now? The leg. Okay. Yep, good. All right. See all this dry stuff here? That's going to light the fire really well. That's right, Aussie Gav, sorry. That's that's right, Ninja. Well, so with the dropper loop, is that on a fly fishing leader or a deep sea leader? Where's that gone now? Technician. Yeah, so Max, is that on a spinning reel outfit, an overhead outfit, or a fly fishing outfit? And is it the rig or the main line? Just get a bit more of this for the fire. Oh, the spinning reel main line. How are you, technician? Good to see you in here, mate. Oh, the main line. Okay. So what size fishing reel were you using? What pound line were you using on the fishing reel? What type of line? Normally when you get that, it's when you're using incorrect swivels for what you're fishing for, you know. I wonder what the other... That's a bit better, I think. So that's not letting me... Hang on. Account settings. Let's get rid of that. Streaming settings. There we are. Audio. Let's go there. Yes, that's what I'm after. Right, let's try this. That's better. Now we're getting a little bit more. Thank you to the 13 people that have come in to watch. I finally got it on the right camera lens. Let me just go and get some stuff to light the fire with, and hopefully we don't bump into a snake. Okay, nice work. Ooh, it's tasty. That's the good thing about Australia, fam. You've always got something to light a fire with, you know. Okay. All right, let's have a look. All right, so for starters, Max, a 6,000 size reel is not a reel that you fish 30-pound line on. You fish 30-pound line on an 8,000, 9,000 or 10,000 reel, and if you're going to do it, you'd fish braid. See, 30-pound is like your lower end of boat fishing and the upper end of your sort of spinning and that. But in saying that, if you're using braid and that sort of stuff, right, that's right, Mary. All your lint from the dryer, right? Keep it in a little bag. When you go camping, couple of caps of Kero, bit of dry stuff on there, it'll set the whole forest on fire. Right. Oh, YouTube has emotes, really? No fish emotes though. Let's try that. Ha ha! There you go, they're coming up in the world, well done. So, the only thing that I can think of, Max, is what size swivels, dry lint and a little wax in egg cartons, okay. So Max, what you need to do is, I don't know how big the swivels that you are using, don't use brass swivels, right, use crane swivels. And what you need to do is you need to, well, the only other thing that it could be on the reel too, Max, is that your line roller's jammed. You know, the little line roller on your spinning reel? If that's not lubricated and not turning, that will put a twist in your line and cause it to go curly, you know, like hair. Obviously, I wouldn't know because I don't have any. But yeah, it'll make it go curly like hair. And that's something else that you need to look at as well, mate. But as a rule of thumb, on a 6,000 size reel, you'd use probably 20-pound line max and a 20-pound braid, but you just have to make sure that the reel's capable of running braid, you know. Oh, you're welcome, Max. And the other thing is too, matey, all right, so now the tide's turned, fam. Excellent. Now we're going to start getting some water coming in, and now we're going to start getting fish. That's really strange. High tide's at 10:40 today. What's happened is now the water has gone still. It's stopped flowing. Right, now is when we're going to start getting fish. Excellent. Let me just check that bait. Maybe I should have done the cooking in the morning. All right, this is good. Nice cast, very happy with that cast. Rightio. That's where we got the hit last time, fam. So all going well. Right, I can't pull line off the reel, good. Across the river there's a couple of ducks. You can see the male with its coloration and the female. And they've got about a dozen little ducklings. They're so cute when they're little. You know, all swimming along, single file, behind mum and dad. That's very clever. They've got an undercut bank that they just swam into for protection. Well done. There you go. Just going to hold on to this for 5 or 10 minutes and then see how we go, famo. Hopefully that's been enough time for that fish to forget the toothache that it had, you know. Oh, oh, you bugger. You bugger. Just as I opened the bail arm, it hit again. Oh, really? I opened the bail arm to go back up to the ute to check the phone, and the fish hit. Right when it hit. Couldn't believe it. I had no tension on it at all. Oh, well, back to the drawing board. I do know what I'm doing, apparently. Can't believe that. Hey Max, is it monofilament or braid? Because if it's braid and you get it close, you can pull the knots through. I've done that heaps of times until I got the right swivels for what I was doing. Seriously? So everything's at the front of that snag. There we go. We'll get it out a little bit further now. And now I hope there won't be any muck-ups, you know. Well, Max, if it's braid, you should be able to pull it through. Try and unpick the main knot as much as you can. Usually you'll have one part of the knot that tightens it and the other one that sleeves out. So just try and sleeve it out, right, and then you should be able to pull it through. I do that on braid all the time. Oh, whatever you want to, mate, but I usually just use my fingers because your fingers are a nice flat surface, right? And being a flat surface, you can like spread the whole knot out. Hear the magpies chirping? Terry, hello. Okay, no worries, Ninja. Thanks for coming in. Hello, Ingok fam. How are you, mate? Nathan John. Yeah, with soft plastics, mate, the more natural colours seem to work the best, like your browns, your greens, your olives and that sort of stuff. And when you fish your soft plastics, you just got to try and vary your techniques to figure out what works. So me personally, I cast them out and I'll just retrieve them nice and slow so the tail's just moving, you know what I mean? If that doesn't work, give them a couple of little bumps or a quick bump, then slow retrieve. You just got to figure out what the fish are feeding on that day. How are you, Brim Brawler? And don't spend too much money on soft plastics, mate. All right? Yeah, just buy a couple. Don't go and buy 100 different varieties thinking it'll catch everything. Brim Brawler, we had a dolphin turn up this morning and the fishing went dead quiet. And then I did get a couple of really good bites off this snag right here. And it must be a big fish because at one stage there, the rod went once, twice, 3 times. And on the 4th time, I tried to pick it up, but I couldn't quite set the hook. And that's a normal brim will just go boom once and then it's off, you know. So I've got this big one out here, but I'm seriously thinking about just going and starting the fire, famo. And the same old story with soft plastics. Don't make the mistake of walking up to a spot and casting out into the middle of the river, you know what I mean? So your first cast is here, 2 or 3 feet just past the structure, then a little bit further, and what you do is you work around every single snag, trying to cast as close to it as you can without hitting it. And then once you get to the end of the snag, then do your longer casts, fan through the river like so. Then do all your small casts in here, fishing every single square centimetre of the river around the structure, and then move. So to fish an area like this with soft plastics would probably take about, oh, I don't know, effectively half an hour. Yeah, about half an hour. By the time you fished every single nook and cranny, you know. Oh, let's go and get this fire going in a second, Famo. The other thing is too, if you leave a line in the water with a bait on it and you go off and do stuff, technically that's a set line, you know. With the big rod, it's a bit different because, you know, with the ratchet, you know something's hit it. But with a small one, if you leave it unattended, the fish can take the bait right down in their stomach and that's when they'll die, you know. Hey, Brim Brawler, do you fish, you're in New South Wales, do you fish Sydney Harbour much? I've heard that it's a bit of a mecca when it comes to fishing, you know? Don't think we're going to get a bite off here for a while. We've shown enough patience and resilience this morning to get a fish. It's just that it's not really happening. Very quiet morning. What's the time now? The time is 5 to 10. All right. We'll give it till 10 o'clock, sorry, and then start the crackling. I got clock and crackling mixed up. Bugger. You've spotted kingfish cruising in the shallows while you're targeting brim on lures. Oh, nice one. I mean, Sydney Harbour's huge from what I've heard. Apparently the only other place that's as good is Darwin Harbour. Darwin Harbour's awesome. We've been to Darwin. Just the tidal differences and the fish swimming along, you know. Oh, nice one, mate. Do you get jungle perch anywhere in northern New South Wales, or is it strictly Upper Queensland? Right, well, that's a little bit naffed. It's a good way to lose your rod tip, Jim. Oh, okay. Yeah, from what I've read, there are tropical species in Queensland, but some people say you can get them in some parts of northern New South Wales, so I don't know the, you know, the merit behind it. Right, yeah, well, that's not happening there, is it? Let's try here. That's a bit better. I'm happy with that cast. All right, in 5 minutes we'll start the cooking, fam. That way I can get it all out the way before dinner tonight. Yeah, so what we've got on the list today, we're going to be doing a pork crackle. Now, look, I'm not a chef or a cook or anything. This is just stuff that I've picked up over the years. Okay, so we're going to do that. We're going to do a pea and ham soup or stew in the new potty pot, or cauldron as I call it. Okay, and then from there I'm going to do up a chili bread. So it's all going to be good fun today. So stick around. Might just put this down for a second. Right. And then that way what I can do is just check that big one. Wow, that bait has not been touched at all, fam. Probably casting across the other line like that's not a good idea. Let's do that again. Hey, Culpable, how are you, bud? We're just about to start the cooking. That's good, because if we leave that in there, we'll be able to hear it. Oh, awesome. Hang on a minute. So you've got Darling Harbour that's not open to the public. It's only open to a tournament. Is that real? Like, you're not joking there. Or is it only a no fishing zone unless you're in a boat or a kayak? Hey Ronnie, how are you, bud? How's Seattle going? Nice and quiet? Oh, excellent. How are you, boys? Tidy your room. I would hate to see that come into no, I'd hate to see that over here, mate. How can they stop the public fishing from a public waterway? Like, what's the logic in that? I don't get that. Is it? Even a privately owned boat can't go in. It's got to be registered to enter that particular spot. When you say registered, registered with Darling Harbour or registered with the Brim tournament? Nah, see, I don't agree with that. That's, no, I hope that never comes into fruition in WA. That's ridiculous. You can't stop the public from fishing a public waterway. Why would you do that? Why? They just, I don't get that at all. Oh dear. I've only bumped in to the ABT crew in WA or whoever they are with their Brim tournaments a few times, and it's never been good. Nah. Just they think they own the water, they think they own the waterway, do you know what I mean? Everything, and it's just not worth the grief, you know? The sports teams. Oh, okay. Oh, Joe, that's right, you're leading into your winter, aren't you? Yeah, we're leading into our summer. I'll see if I can show you this. Wow, I'm just trying to, you know, you go to Darwin Harbour, you can fish anywhere you want off the jetty as long as you're in the fishing zone, you know? How did anyone let that through? How would you possibly close off a public waterway so that a tournament, I really don't get that. That's just, no. Is this another snag? Are you serious? What's going on there? Wow, okay. Well, we just lost a rig. No, we just lost a hook. That's better than losing a rig. All right, fam. Well, the fishing's been a disaster this morning. In fact, the whole morning's been a bit of a disaster with lost signal and all the rest of it. Nah, Ron, I've had a couple of bites. We had the big dolphin come through, and then it came back, and I had one really good bite from a big fish that headed back into that snag, but I just went to do something, and it was while I wasn't holding the fishing rod. And then I just I opened the bail arm to take the tension off the line, and it hit at precisely that moment. Oh. So with all the headaches that I was having with Streamlabs and setting the phone up this morning, it sort of made me a little bit jaded for the fishing, you know. What we'll do, oh dear, what we'll do is I'm just going to put this in the car, we'll drive forward, right, and then we'll start the cooking. All right, fam, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take both rods out of the water, okay, and then we'll come back and fish the falling part of the tide. The whole morning's been a write-off, fam, but that's all right. We've got food to cook, and I'm hoping that everything goes right with the cooking, you know, because everything else, you know what I mean? No, it's all right, Ronnie. We've got food to cook, mate. It's why we do a couple of things on our streams. If one is not going well, we move on to the next one. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave the signal right with you lot, and then I'll come back and shift everything when I pick up the that's good. I'll come back and shift everything when I park the car up, okay? So let's get that in there. That's got the food. There. That's got all the fishing tackle. That's all the stuff to start the fire with. All right, fam, I'm just going to shift the car and then I'll be straight back, okay? And we'll get some cooking done. And hopefully I can achieve great things with that, as it hasn't happened with the fishing this morning. Rightio. Chuck that there. Okay. Now, what's happened here? All right, fam, I'm just going to shift everything around, okay? And then what we'll do is we'll fire everything up. Grind it and find it. Just to give you an idea what the little buggers have done to my car, right? We've been parked for a few hours under that tree, right? And they've absolutely covered my car with honky nuts and flower pods. See that, little buggers? All right, Femo. Right, I've even parked the car in the correct spot so that we can utilise everything. This is good. Okay, Famo, so what we're going to do today is, as I said before, we've got some pork crackle. All right, we've got a few other things that we're going to do. First thing we've got to do though is light the fire and get the phone. Christopher, how are you, my friend? Rightio, matches. I'm good, Christopher. Yourself? Is it Christopher or Christopher? That's better, a little bit of shade now. Good work. That's in a bit of shade. Nice, it won't cook. There we go. Make that a little bit bigger, nice. Oh, good mate, a few issues this morning, but hey, we worked through them. No other choice. Right, where's that cord? No, that's USB to C. I want C to C, thank you. Just going to charge the other phone for a second, Famo. Christopher, okay, Christopher. Oh no, you're right, mate. Christopher's good. All right. No, this is on private property, technician. This is on private property. So basically, you know, we've been given permission to fish and camp on private property. Which one is it? 11 watching. It must be that one. All right. Now let's get this show on the road, eh? Not much wind today, which is all right. Okay. What we're going to do first is we're going to get some of this kindling. I have got some wood left from last time. Right, let's put that in there. Oh, that's a bit wet from the rains. It's going to be a bit hard, but we'll get there. Okay, so let me just do some kindling up with my old one-handed axe. Got to try and get the moisture out of this somehow. Oh, I might be okay. We'll just get some thin stuff from here, eh? In Western Australia, our main firewood over here is a tree called a jarrah tree. It's one of the many giant eucalypts that we've got in Australia. No, what's the wood grain doing? Come here. It's going to take a little bit to get the heat out of this little fire pit, fam, because we've had so much rain, so we're going to have to get a fair bit of heat in this to get it to take, you know. Rightio, no snakes. Yeah, every time you lift up a bit of wood in Australia, and if you've got a big sheet of corrugated iron that's been somewhere for a while, right, always open it or pull it up with a rake, and always pull it up with the sheet between you and the ground, you know. Right, let's just get a bit of this. Righto. Oh, Christopher, our axes in Australia, especially Western Australia, are different to Europe. So this wood here, you don't really cut it, you split it. So what I've got, this is an old plum axe, right, with the old plum head. It used to be the same shape on both sides, but because I've cut so much wood with it, it actually needs a bit of a sharpen, to be fair. And yeah, see how we have a very thick edge on there? It's not like your pine trees and your conifers from Europe. Over there, you have longer axe heads that cut into it. Here we just split with, like, against the grain. And what it'll do, okay, like that. Get in here. All right, good work. Now this is my seat. So we're going to plonk ourselves down. Got to enjoy what you're doing, fam. You know what I mean? Got to enjoy what you're doing. Now, that should be okay, I think. Let's see what we've got here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all of this grass that's dry on the bottom, right, where we'll get most of our heat from. Then what I'm going to do is a lot of this bracken fern. Here how it's quite dry and brittle. Right, gonna put that on top like that. Then what I'm gonna do, these little branches from this little short fin eucalypt, I think it was that I got it from, just gonna put them on top so a little bit more. A little bit of a scratch, but that'll do all right. Now, this is what we got to do. All right, so just going to put some of this across it, like so. See how we've got different size kindling here? A lot of the small stuff will start straight away, and a lot of the thinner stuff, right, like that. What we want to do is we want to get this roaring from the outset. Now, in Western Australia, there's a ban on fires after November the 2nd. So we've got a month of cooking streams, and then that'll probably be it until next year, or until the bans are lifted, you know. So let's just set this up like that. A bit more of this thinner stuff in here, like that. I don't want to sort of layer it up too much, but hey, you know, if we're going to start it, and what you try and do is you try and layer it so that where you can see a gap in the wood, you know, flame will go through. All right, let's get this going. I don't think there's too much moisture in this dry stuff underneath. Well, there we go. Come on. You hear that crackling straight up? What a beautiful day to be by a campfire. Still got a little bit of this cold winter temperature. One rule by fire, the smoke always follows the non-smoker. See, told you, as soon as it starts. Hopefully that should get enough heat in it to get it going, you know. I think I can just hear the jarrah starting to crackle now, famo. Hey, Crammit, how are you, bud? Good to see everyone in here. Hey, crew, Crammit, what's going on, mate? You still bloody training for the Olympics or what? Hey, Gripper. Gripper USA, how are you, bud? Thanks for the support, crew. And if you're new, don't forget to leave a subscription. It's free on here. Oh, that's better. Even though we're in the spring, we're still getting, this morning it was 3 degrees. It's a nice healthy fire that we've got going there. Hopefully it's got enough heat in it to, you know, light the kindling on top. Nice thick smoke, which is good. Just got to make sure that the ute's not too close. Last thing I need to do is melt my tail lights. Yeah, that's pretty good. All the bracken's starting to burn on the other side too. Let's get a bit of wood in there. What happens with the fire is when you get the heat in it, see how all the sap starts to come out? Okay, that's what, and see how it's starting to burn and all the rest of it? That sort of pushes all the sap and all that sort of stuff. That's not moisture, that's actually sap out of the wood. So what we've got is we've got fairly hot, massive grass and twigs and bracken fern in there. Because I've left a gap between the wood, you can see all the flames coming through it. Beautiful. We have not used a firelighter or a drop of kerosene or petrol since we've been doing these streams. Just been using stuff out of the bush. Now this is a bracken fern, right? So with the bracken fern, these were originally mainly found in the forests apparently when the settlers first came here. And then as the land was cleared, it sort of came out from the forest and started taking over, you know, the land and all that sort of stuff. Even though it's winter, you still find stuff in here that's fairly dry. So even if I plonk that down on there. Yeah, so what we've got is we've got a bed of charcoal, and the bed of charcoal is completely damp. So all the fire I want it to do is just basically work on top of it, you know. Come on. Bit of crackle in there now. This is a Kooringal hat, made in Australia. Oh, I think it's an Australian company, made in China. That's all right. I've had this hat for years, fam. I've taken it camping. I've used it in work. Right, really rough conditions. And it's still going. I don't know how. I don't know what they make it with. Maybe the same thing they put in bullets, because it's nearly bulletproof, you know. Great. Bit of heat in there. Nice bit of heat. That's my wallet. That's the moths taking off again. Always try. That's exactly right. You lot are great. That's better. Right. So, and cram it. Doesn't matter what you do, just do it well, son. Do it well. Beautiful. Got a nice bed there now of hot grasses and twigs and bracken and all the rest of it. Now what we'll do is we'll start branching out. Gonna get some mid-sized wood, right, and start putting it around. Where's my one-handed axe? Right, let's start constructing this fire. Hardest thing when you do a fire is trying to keep it level so you can get a pot on it, you know. Now that we've got this stuff in here, right, that's going to be the bed for the fire. So what I'm going to do is, let's get some of this. It's not breathing for some reason. Come on, get going. That should keep the heat in now. Sorry for the glare off the forehead. Rightio, let's just give that a bit of time to get going, and we should be cooking with wood, not gas. Much better. Now we've got some fire in there. Just need to get it going. That's it. Good work. Kent Nolan, how are you, bud? Oh, what's happening there? Lovely day for it. So what we're going to do is we're going to get this fire going, take about half an hour to an hour, and then once we get it going, what we're going to do is cut some flat wood and just put it on there flat, and then just start putting everything on top of it. That's good. Nice work. That should have enough heat in it now to put the coals on top, you know what I mean? What was that? It's good that this wind's blowing too, that'll swirl. Now it's starting to kick in, famo. Okay, let's just get some of this wood roughly the same size. Okay, that'll be good. Yeah, looks like there's a bit of moisture in there. That's not too bad. What's happening here? That should be okay now, I think. Come on, don't be like that. Like I said, cooking in your kitchen on a stove's easy. You turn it on. If it's electric, it heats up. If it's gas, you ignite it, away you go. Campfire, different story. Gotta get the heat right, get the wood right, you know what I mean? Go a little bit smaller there. This is the heart of the tree where it's been eaten by termites, so that generally as a rule doesn't have that much heat in it. Okay, so for example, right, because this is from a fairly thin part of the tree, what I want to try and do is I'm going to split that off first there, and then I'm going to cut that through there, so roughly the same width and reasonably flat. So, whoops, tell you what, I'm a bit rusty on the old hand-eye coordination, fam. When I was doing this all the time, I could put a 5-cent piece down and hit it, you know. so we're not missing out on any heat from this fire. Oh, good heat, Matt, that's good. Right, so what we did there is the wood's roughly the same thickness, so when you put a pot on there it'll sit evenly, you know. And with that you wouldn't rest it on that edge, you'd rest it on that edge, see? So that way it could sit there in between the two. Okay, so while that's going on, let's do some prepping. Let me get another board. Now, where's the best place to plonk this? You too, X-ray specialist punk. Thanks for coming in, mate. Yeah, I want the fire to start going, mate, not go out. Right, so fam, what we're going to do is this. Right. Okay. So first thing we need to do, all right, is we need to get everything prepped for the fire. It's a bit of shit, no one never killed anyone. Right. So, phone's charging well. That's good. That's good. Not really. I'm not really into gravies and that, Ninja. I like the taste. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to cook it on a bed of onion and leek with the pork belly. And what that will do is when I finish it with the honey, chili and white wine to glaze the crackle, what that's going to do is then that's going to work into everything that was underneath the roast, so it'll come up okay, you know. Snap Duke, how are you, bud? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Look, if there's anyone that's new to the stream, apologies for the technical difficulties before, but hey, that's streaming, isn't it? Right. And if you're new to the stream, please subscribe. Okay, subscriptions are free on here. Okay. Now, this is the little potty stove that I bought from Aldi yesterday. Right. So, it's like a little cauldron. Okay, and it's freestanding on legs. A potty pot. Read the following instructions and warnings before use. Care and maintenance instructions. Although the cast iron is pre-seasoned, greased in oil with preparation for cooking, we recommend filling the pot with water and bring it to the boil before first use. Do not soak the pot in liquid. Okay. I've got some news for you lot, but that'll be all right. We'll worry about that later. Okay. We'll just chuck this down over here. That'd be a really good little box to keep kindling in and that sort of stuff if you're sort of bringing it from home, you know. So, first thing we're going to do, famo, right, when this heats up a bit more, what we're going to do is we're going to coat this in oil and we're going to season the pot, as I call it, or, you know, give it its first stain or whatever. So what this is going to do, right, is we're going to plonk that in there. When you put olive oil on a pot, then overheat it, it'll burn into the metal and form a protective layer. So a few people that have already been in the stream know what we've been cooking already. These are the two camp ovens, right, that I seasoned last time. And as you can see, right, they still look new. Okay, and that was just done with olive oil. See how clean they are? And I've washed this with boiling water when I've gotten home and that sort of stuff. Right, so that's the big one. That's the 9 quart. That's what the roast is going in today. And here's a little one that we got from the Aldi. Got a little bit of oil in there, but I'm going to wipe that out. One good thing to keep these rust free is, you know, that olive oil in the spray can? That's what I hit them with after I wash them, and they don't rust out. It's really good. And then when you heat them up, it usually evaporates off it anyway. Okay, let's see what we've got here. That's what we're going to do our bread in. And this is what, if I can get the coals high enough, what we'll do is we'll do the, no, we're going to need to get a bit more wood on there for that. We'll do the onion and the leek, which I'm going to be putting on the bottom of the pork belly, okay? So, first things first, 3 things that I can't do without when I go cooking on the campfire: salt, pepper and oil. The simplest of seasonings, right? It just brings absolutely everything out of the food. I don't cook with too much fancy stuff. If you can't season it with salt and pepper and also a bit of chili, then I wouldn't eat what you're trying to cook, you know. All right, chopping board. Nice work, get in there. Now we have some ingredients today. A couple of cloths. Rightio. So, here's my little bag of goodies. I'm probably better off facing this way with the way the smoke's going, I think. That's filled with veg. Okay. There's a giant leek. If there's anyone from Wales in the audience, try and calm down. I know what leek does to you. All right. Just going to get me... Oh, no, that's in there as well. And here's our green split peas for the pea and ham soup. That's the Mary honey for the glaze for the roast. Hello, baby blue from heaven. Oh. Welcome, everyone. Right. Wind's blowing more from here now. So, what we'll do is this. I'm going to put this down here. I'm going to bring this over here. I'm going to bring this over here. Right. And that's going to be... Now, I went out yesterday and bought a new spoon and bought a new knife and all that sort of stuff. So, handy when the knife cuts through the plastic, but anyhow, I think I'll fishing knife and try not to stain it with the taste, you know. Okay. Now, first things first, Let's season this pot if we can. When seasoning the pot, or curing the pot, whatever you want to call it, all you want to do is get the olive oil onto the pot, okay, like so. And then that way, when you put it on the fire and it heats up, it'll burn and set itself in the actual pot itself, you know, in the middle of the pot. And that sort of forms a protective coating, you know. So let's chuck that on there, like that. That on there, and we'll get started. Wonder how much charge is on that phone. Oh, it's up to 40, which is pretty good. Beautiful. Hang on a second, fam. There we go. Oh. Yeah, that didn't go good, did it? Now, as I said, fam, I'm not a cook or a chef or anything. I'm just a bloke that's done a bit of cooking. Right. Let's chuck that in there out of the heat. And that way I can read and see what's going on. Okay, let's get this going. What you want to do is just cover every single square centimetre of this pot with the oil to burn it off, okay? And then I'll show you what it does when you put it on the fire. Now it's following me. Makes you Welsh. In the valleys. Even do the legs. And take your time, fam. When you're camping, you know, we're not in a high-powered job or anything like that. You know what I mean? We're just sitting here enjoying our time. Anything you buy, right, is an asset. Do you know what I'm saying? So if you spend money on something, it's an asset. So look after your assets, you know. And the best way to do that is to sort of do what you have to do to get them to last that little bit longer, you know. So what I've done now, right, is, yeah, now that fire's starting to crank. The other good thing is too, you can put a couple of bits of wood in from 3 different directions on here and cook it directly underneath this. Right, so there's the handle. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to plonk that over here. Right. Oh, that's exactly right. Now we'll turn this upside down. Okay, where'd that oil go? I hope this doesn't leak. We're going to find out. Right. And then while that's curing, right, we're going to make sure that we keep everything going on the fire. Now, my fingers back, please. I'll show you the difference. See how shiny that is inside, right? Once you cure it or whatever, Now, you don't want to put too much oil in here because you'll end up having a big puddle in the bottom of it. So just do it on a as you need it basis, you know. So what I'm doing here is I'm just circling this brush around, making sure that the bottom is covered totally. Hear that fire starting to take off in the background? That's exactly what we want to hear. Right. So like I said, don't try and put too much oil in here because the bugger inside will catch on fire, I'm telling you. It's probably going to anyway, but... So what you want to do is you want to cover every single square inch of the pot with oil, right? Don't leave any of it because wherever you've missed it, you'll rust, okay? That's a golden whistler, I think. They're a very rare bird. Right. Okay. So that's all good. Righto fam, the moment of truth now. So what I've done here, okay, is I've covered all of that pot with oil inside. Where it's shiny and it's covered in oil will end up going like a matte black. I think that's pretty well everything. I'm going to put this in the car. Right. Let me just make sure that I've got it all. Rightio. As soon as this gets hot, it's all going to run to the middle of it anyway, you know. Now the other bit is too, right? Oh, a bit of oil left on there. Don't forget to do the inside of your lid, fam. Right? Because whenever you're cooking something and if it steams up and that sort of stuff, right, it's all going to hit the top of the lid. Sorry, well, the top of the underside of the lid, okay? So there we go. There we go. Nice. Right. Now, I don't know whether you can see this, but in here there looks like there's a little bit of an imperfection. If I didn't cover that with oil, that'd rust up. So that's all covered now, which is good. Hands are a bit oily, but that's what you expect. That's the lay of the land. Rightio, fire up, sunshine. So what we've done there is, I'll just get out of your way. Right. So what we've done there, see? Okay. Is we've just plonked that straight on the fire. Right, that's really going to start to heat up. You'll hear oil bubbling in a minute. Let's get that out of the way here. You can already see it starting to, you know, get a little bit hotter. But these are good. When you've got them freestanding like that, you can plonk it anywhere on the ground, build a little fire under it and cook with it. Okay? Just like that. If I do that, that'll keep the heat under it as well. Now the handle's already getting hot. There we go. Because it's yellowed off already, which is good. And now what we're doing is just waiting for the rest of it. While we're doing that, let's do some prep. All right, so first thing we're going to do is this. I need some salt for the roast. Okay. So I'm going to grind some of that before I start doing the roast. That's going to take a while to cool down, so what we'll do is we'll get the roast started in the big camp oven. Oh, I'm too fat to be a witch, mate. What do we got there? Yeah, a bit more will do. Yeah, the only problem with that brim broiler, I've been using oil for years, mate, and never had a headache with it, you know. So, you know, everybody has a different method, but I wouldn't use mud on that because mud's got water in it, you know, and eventually it'll dry out. But yeah, I like to keep things clean, you know what I mean. I want that to stain and to burn. I want that to go jet black. See how it's starting to smoke now? Beautiful. Right. There's a fair bit of salt in there now, which is good. Rightio. So, we'll worry about the bread later. Phone's charging, people watching, we're cooking. That's exactly what we want, fam. With the little... Oh, don't tell me I dropped it. Where's my little campfire tool? Here it is. Yeah, there's a little pool of oil down there. It's just starting to heat up now. Smells like popcorn already. These are good to make popcorn in when you're camping. It's not very hot though. Hang on a second, fam. Yeah, see how that's just starting to smoke now? So see how the smoke's just starting to come off the pot now, see? That's what we want. You want the whole thing to heat up. Rightio, where are our ingredients? We'll start getting everything ready for the pork belly. Now, pork belly's going to go in this big bugger. What I want to do, okay, well this is the plan anyway. What I want to do is I want to put the pork belly on a bed of onion and leek, right? And then that way just let it cook on there. But I want to try and avoid the pork belly getting, well, what's underneath the pork belly getting burnt, because I want to mix a bit of wine with it and that sort of stuff later. So we'll get that out. We'll put the salt in this cup here, like that, and that should be enough for that straight up. Right, so what we're going to do is, it's nice that it's sharp out of the packet. We got one more there. Yeah, probably one more will take off. Like so. Okay. Chuck that down there. Chuck that down there. Now, because we're campfire cooking, we want it fairly chunky. We don't want it too thin, right? And what I'm going to do a little bit of a cheat code here. I'm going to put some alfoil on the bottom of the camp oven so that all the darkened metal doesn't hit it, okay? So there we've got our little bits of leek in there, like that. I got some nice big onions yesterday. I think we're going to have to do something there. Ooh, it's a bit dangerous. A little bit of mould in that, but we'll soon cut that off. Right, so we don't want this too thin, as I said. So about, I go halves again, like that, like so. Yeah, that fire's not going as much as I'd like it to, but anyway, it is what it is. Now with onion's one of the few veggies that goes sweet when you cook it, and that's why it goes really well with pork and that sort of stuff. I mean, beef's a very strong meat, and that's sort of that's something you'd probably cook. I think a lot of people use red wine with it because of that reason, you know. So what we're going to do is we're just going to get this bed sorted out in the bottom of this camp oven, and then what we're going to do is we're going to cook that from there. Now, still can't get enough heat into that new cauldron or potty or whatever it's called. Right. So what we're going to do is, the meaty part of this pork belly is going to be sitting on a bed of onion and leek, and then we're going to get the crackle going on top, okay? Right, so that's nice and big. So what we've got there, we've just got this onion and this leek, which is good. Going to do a nice... The other good thing is too, from what I've read, further north we do brimroller. I think I'm about 25 hours south of Giant Trevally. Okay? I'm 25 hours south of everything. Right. So in there. Where'd my little tool go? We have silver trevally in the southwest where I am. No, that's not enough heat. It's just starting to smoke inside, fam. But I still need to get more heat in this. So what we're going to do is this. Right. Let's get this in here like that. And what we'll do... No. Let's get that in there like that. A few problems with the fire today. Right, but I've got a little plan here. Right, now remember what I said about even wood? So most of this fire is going this way, right? So what we're going to do is, we're going to put this stuff across it, like that. And that should hopefully get it fired up, pardon the pun. Chuck that in there. Now another one down the other side, like that. And what we'll try and do is, get in there, come on. Right. That might have to be it, I think. Right. Now where are those feet? All right, so we've got this layer of wood out on top of there. Once that starts to get going, right, it should fire up underneath it. And that's how we'll get some proper heating there, okay? Excellent, that's much better. Right, now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to line the bottom of this pan with some foil. That's extra strength? Really? So what this is going to do, right, is hopefully this is going to keep this pork belly clean. And what we'll do is, that's better, now we're getting some heat. Bit of oil, not for any other reason other than just stopping it to get burnt. Wait, leak. And onions have got enough salts in them anyway, you don't need to add salt. Right, so that can just go in there like that. And what we've got now is we've got a really nice even bed that the pork belly's going to cook on. Right, and it's clean, okay, so we've got the floor there. All right, Christopher, thank you very much for coming in as always, mate. Good to see you, bud. All right, now we're starting to get some heat in that. So, which one is it? That's the one there. Now what we're going to do is, we're going to get the pork belly out. Now we're starting to get some heat. Good work. Fire up, you lot. Right. I want to try and avoid getting any of the juice in that onto the cutting board, so I'll just cut the top of it off. Right. Now, there's different ways you can do pork belly. A lot of people like to do diamonds, some like to do squares and all that sort of stuff, right? What I'm going to do is I'm just going to do thin lines, okay, and that's not reference to anything. So, just scoring underneath the skin like that, okay, just the tip of it. I guess I could do little squares or something. I'm not really worried about design and that sort of stuff, you know. I have seen some people try and roll them up and then, you know, dump it in salt and that sort of stuff. So we've gone lengthways, let's go across. Yeah, it's going to start to spread now, isn't it? Right. All right, so as you can see through here, what we've done now okay, is we've split the skin on top. Right, if you see in there, see how we've split the skin? Yeah, we're going to split the skin, and then what we're going to do is we're going to put salt in between the skin there. Okay? There's the salt that we had in here earlier. Don't be shy with it. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to jam that into all the little nooks and crannies of this. And what that's going to do is that's going to start to cause it to dry out. Okay, and all the moisture that's going to come out of it is going to end up underneath it. Got to have a nice crackling when you do pork belly. It's not much point having the pork belly if you don't have the crackling, you know. Okay, so what we've done now is we've put a fair bit of salt onto that, right like so. Get in there, come on. I want to get it right in there, fam. Great. Now comes the good part. So, what we're going to do now is this. Oops, don't you dare fall off. Mind you, I have eaten it off the ground before. So, what we have here, the smell there is lovely. That's only with oil that hasn't even been cooked yet. So check this out, fam. So what I've done is I've got a thick bed of onion and leek, just diced on there. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to sit the pork belly like that. Right, now, the good thing about this, okay, is the pork belly's going to cook even, and it's not right on the bottom, so it's not going to burn. These are in the foil, and what's going to happen is, once I get the heat through that, I'm going to put some coals on top of that, and that's probably half the height of the, oh, look at that fire roar with that wind, awesome. That's half the height of this camp oven about here, so it's going to be easy to roast. And then what we'll do is, about half an hour before it's ready, I'm going to do a like a little glaze with some chili pepper, honey, white wine, and just a bit of water. Put that over the top, and that'll draw it in, and away we go. So that's our first one. Nice, good work. So what we're going to do here is this. Let's just check on our pot that we're burning up. Let me just chuck this away from the fire for a second. That fire's roaring, isn't it? So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to shift this down here, right, like so. The other thing is too, I'm going to drink a few glasses of water. Hey Mr. Purchase, how are you, mate? Yeah, it should come up. A lot of people, look, like I said, don't try and complicate things when you're camping and that, you know. You just want to keep them fairly simple. You know what I mean? And as you can see, just simple. Leek and onion. That's all you need. A little bit of white wine. Don't tell the wife. Ah, now I don't like that. That's got a... what happened there? I scratched myself. Interesting, that was from the chrome. So this is just chromed. So that's an even More important reason to burn it off. That's better. Okay, that's good. Now, let's get that started on there. There's no coals yet, but you know, you got to start somewhere. Before we can cook our pea and ham, we got to burn this pot off. So nicely, that's good. All right, let's chuck that in there. Clean that. We went camping once, we had no veggies, so I pulled off it over on the side of the road, right? I didn't like pull anything off the tree or anything, right? So I pulled over on the side of the road and we saw this farmhouse. We went up and gave them a couple of bottles of beer and they gave us this big bag of spuds that they just picked. Life was great after that. All right, so now what we need to do, I think personally, is it's time to make the chili bread. Okay, now paper towel's good, fam, when you go camping because it'll absorb everything and leave it clean, right? And then you can just burn it afterwards, right? Now, what we'll do is we'll get this chili bread fired up. Then once the chili bread's fired up, okay, then we'll start. I'm hoping that pot will start to cure by then. It hasn't burned off though, but it'll get there. Alright, let's get that charge. They probably did it in merry old like England years before that, mate, you know, but okay. So what we've got today is we've got some carrots, which have still got the stems. We'll put them in there. We've got some celery, we've got parsnips, Swedes, turnips, sweet potato, garlic, the whole lot. Actually, that's what I forgot to do. Forgot to put a couple of cloves of garlic in with the onion and the leek. That's a bit rude, Jim. So I'm just going to peel the skin off there. That'll definitely get rid of the vampires. It's amazing how many cordon bleu chefs you meet when you go camping, fam. I just like to get stuff in the fire, you know. The next time we go out camping and we're cooking, I'm going to show you a recipe for rabbit that's been handed down through the family for years. All right, so I'm probably going to get shot after I give it out, but anyway. Right, so a little bit of garlic in there underneath all that meat. Nice. Once that starts to heat up, that'll start doing the job. All right. Oh yeah, mate, people out in remote areas, right, good people, salt of the earth types that just work hard and don't want any bullshit, you know. So I mean, there's a message in that for everyone. I need to get some water. I'm starting to get a bit dehydrated. Thanks people, 16 people watching, that's really good of you. 11:30, we should have this done and dusted by 4. Now, where's the water? It's a bit too plasticky. I think I'm going to have to get some kindling underneath that cauldron to get it going. Hey Walleye, how are you, bud? I'm going great. Yourself? I'll get this bread going in a second. Rightio. So, excellent, mate. How's work going? You get some time for yourself or what? Oops, that's not good. Now it's starting to kick in. Right, so bit of oil. Oh, you've been up north fishing. Oh, you're chasing the sturgeon again. Oh, the walleye's awesome, mate. You been getting many or what? Sorry. I'm just gonna chop a little bit more kindling to get some heat under this cauldron. That way we can just sort of get it heated up, you know, because it's not really doing it, is it? Gotta love camping. I'm cooking dinner or making dinner on the same thing that I'm cutting wood on. We get some heat in and around this now. Rightio, so we've got that in there. It's been a good 4 bite. Oh, awesome, mate. We haven't had our proper spring yet, so. So, we've got our water in there. Now we just need our that's right, mate. All right, so we got 4 cups of flour. If I was going to make a damper, I'd use self-raising flour and milk as well as the water. Bit of an average fire today. Now, what else we got here? Yeast and bread improver, thank you. And I use Lighthouse products. They're a Western Australian company out of Anchor Foods in Freo. Been using them for years, famo. Right, so good. Now what do we got here? One thing that I've grown up with that I don't see enough people using is we've always cooked with paprika powder. We grow it and make it ourselves. But when you don't sort of, you know, have that luxury. Rightio, some chili flakes. Right, now put some cayenne pepper in there. And yeah, when you're sort of accustomed to growing up with it, then you don't see it around that much. You sort of, you know. So, this is ground paprika. I'll show you how to make this once we grow our chilies in the garden this year, famo. It's pretty easy. Right, so we're just going to get a good whack of paprika in there. Right, and now the cayenne pepper. This is hot, but it's never hot enough. Right. Don't be shy. A little bit of sugar so the yeast can grow. Good work, and if you want it nice and crusty, right, give it a bit of salt. Good work, fam. Now, a little trick, right, when you're using your spatula, okay, if you coat the spatula in oil, it won't stick to the bread mix that you're making, okay? Hang on, it's not working. All right, away we go now. And then what you've got to do is just judge, oh, that smells lovely with that paprika in there, fam. That's beautiful. Right. Didn't have bread makers in the old days. This is how they made it, so, you know. That's a bit dry. I've probably got a bit much flour for the bread I've got in there, but that's okay. That's why you add more water. Just do it a little bit at a time, fam. Not too much. Right. No, still need a bit more there. It's a bit dry. And of course, don't put your hands near your eyes when you're working with cayenne pepper, okay? So I'll just show you that in a second. Just give me a second, I've just got to check this phone. No phone calls. Rightio. So now just a little bit more water. There we go. Right, that's going to get the last of that. Get in there, come on. Good. Bit of oil. That'll get it all nice, soft and malleable now. What this does is this takes all the flour and the oil off the outside of the container, right? So that makes it manageable. What we're going to do is, I'm just going to mix this all up in here. Then I'm just going to put a bit more flour on it. Okay. Once this smoke stops chasing me. Right. Hang on. If I told you some of the things that I've made a loaf of bread on. Hey, cartoon head, need a hand? Oh, God. Ah, dad jokes, you're the champ of them. Is that rain? I hope not. Before we do that, and I'll get my hands too dirty. This fire's a bit average today, Jimbo. You can tell that it's been a wet week, you know. Rightio, so we've oiled the pan. Right, so what I'm going to do there is... Don't do that. Get out of the shower, Jimbo. Kids these days, they just need to learn to behave. That's just starting to heat up now, that cauldron. It'll be ready for a soup soon. Let me just get all this off there. Nice. Oh, is it? Well, we won't see you for a few weeks. Come on. Smoke away, please. Right. Okay. Jackson Maguire, how are you, bud? On the lunch break, eh? Right. I'll show you what this looks like, famo, before I put the lid on it so it starts to rise. Wait. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the first one got me. Rightio, famo. And then what I'm going to do is this. Alright fam, so what I've done is I've made the chili loaf, right, made the chili loaf. So basically we're just going to let this rise now. It's got cracked black pepper, salt and a bit of paprika on top of it. Lid goes on for about an hour and a half to 2 hours till it rises up. Then the coals on this fire should be light down. And now that's better. Now we're getting a bit of heat in there. Let's check this out. Right, and then that way and notice all the time that I'm making a bit of a mess, famo. What I'm doing is I'm chucking it straight in the fire and not leaving it around. I'm going to go on this side now as the wind's changed. Now we're starting to get some heat in this pot. So if all's going well, when I open this lid, that should be smoking inside. There we are. Finally getting some heat in here, famo. What's that there? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's getting hot enough. Very interesting. Rightio, fam. So, we might as well do that, I think. A little bit of this camp oven sort of lost a little bit of its coating. Right, that's good. So let's get the heat in that. Now the heat's coming through that. Right. That'll burn off eventually. Now the heat's coming through that, we'll get all these veggies ready. Right, and then we'll start doing this pea and ham soup. Jackson, stick around, mate. If you like food and you like chilling out, this is the place for you. Got a little bit of flour on the camp oven or the cauldron, but that doesn't matter. It'll burn off. Rightio, fam. So, now what we're going to do... Thanks, Jackson. Now what we're going to do is... we're going to start to get the veggies ready for the pea and ham on my very expensive custom cutting board here, which is just a lump of wood. Right. So, first thing we're going to do is we're going to put a few bits of garlic in there. All right. Once that starts to heat up, good like that, what we're going to do is we're going to swap the camp oven around a bit more, bring it into here in the heat, and then we're going to put the bread to cook in there. There's a bit of flame. Let's just see what's happening with this roast pork belly. Yes! Check that out. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I'm not one to brag, but here we go, fam. Check this out. Have a look at this pork belly in there. Watch this. See how it's already gone? Hear that? Look at that. See how everything's nice and clean because of the foil under it? Everything's starting to sweat. Good. That is going to be sensational. And the reason why I've got those smaller bits of wood is I can easily put them on top of that, right, to make the crackle come through. Okay. Oh, Jim, timing. What are you doing, man? What is the time? The time is 12 now. Right, that's going to work out well. You should be able to cook just as good on a campfire as what you can in your kitchen, fam. Serious, it just takes all day. And this is what it used to do in the old days, you know. I grew up, we had a wood stove, a Metters #2. Best food ever, as you can tell by the size of me. Oh, what happened now? Seriously, YouTube? Hey there, Mr. Purchase. I don't know about that, mate. Shook's got his own gig now, you know. He's got the house coming and all the rest of it, so... Oh, that's exactly right, culpable, you know. And, you know, I mean, I don't mind doing the work, mate. So, this is what we're going to do. Let's structure this. Okay. So, nice big onion, a few big cloves. I'm going to have to shift this in a minute because I'm starting to get smoked out. I wish the wind would make its mind up where it's coming from, fam. Great. That's better. That's starting to steam off nice. We might have a bit of fire here, fam, but that's all right. Is that not charging? Let me look. It should be. All right. Just going to check this. Yeah, beautiful. The oil's starting to burn on the bottom, which is exactly what we want. So what's happening is, famo, right, when we've cured this, see all the smoke coming out of it? That's the oil burning, right, and sticking to the metal. I'm just going to coat the rest of it again and run this oil around. Okay. Good work. So, let's get this prep now. Don't worry about cutting the garlic. If you've got good enough garlic, what should happen? Oh, God. Ah! Car's not getting hot, which is good. Oh, bit of bird shit on the bottom of that. Easy. Terry! Jay. No, it's not good. That's a bit mouldy. No, it's still alright though. I love campfire cooking. You have to. The fishing was rubbish. I tell you what, I can already smell that paprika coming out of that chili bread. Let's just check that it's not, yeah, one side's starting to warm up. There we go, we'll just give that a turn. And remember, because you're out camping and you're making a soup, you don't want anything too thin, right? So you want it to be a little bit chunkier and thicker so that it'll stay relatively close to its shape for a while. Hey Jimbo, did you see the pork belly, how it was starting to turn out, mate? What we're going to do is give the pork belly probably about an hour to an hour and a half, and then we're going to hit it with the heat on top to get the crackle going, okay? And then we'll start this pea and ham soup. Right, so we've got the onion and the garlic, which is a good start for any stew. Right, so I just got some onion and some garlic in there. Let's just see what this pot's doing now. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, that's really good, fam. There's a little bit of a bubble there, which is an issue, but that's all right. What I'm going to do is going to take that off the heat now. Right. And we've got plenty of coals here. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep that like that. I'm going to give the pork a quarter of a turn. You don't want to get too good at porking, you know what I mean? Right. What I need to do is burn that lid now. Ah, Jimbo, you're a bad man. Mary, sort him out. So what I'm doing here is if I put that foil down and put that lid on there, what it'll do is it'll keep the bottom of the lid clean. Why'd you do that to me? Bloody thing. What I've done here, fam, is I've just given it a little bit of a wipe with some paper. Right, get that out of there. Oh, no grass, I've done well. Right, get that into there now. Jimbo, you told me making bacon you did it a different way, mate. I'm disappointed now. You've been holding out on me. Now that we've got that... Oh, can you see the cauldron in the back? What's happening with my phone? Let me look here. Oh, it's getting hot, that's why. All right. It's been fast charging for 3 days. Yeah, is it? Yeah, it's cooking, mate, isn't it? That's better. Ender, how are you, mate? Okay. Let's put that in there like that, out of the sun now. That might be better. Oh, Terry, hang on, mate. I hit the button by mistake. Hang on, Terry. God. What am I doing? Hold on, mate. Yes, the joys of technology, fam. Oh, Bixby, go away. I don't need you. Oh, God. That's better. Right. Now, is that hardened up yet or what? Yeah, good work. So what we've done now, famo, is, that's going to catch on fire. Right, so that's smoked. That's smoked. That's still clean, which is good. Now, Why have we got that bit of carbon in there? Let's just have a look. Ah, dear. Tell you what, it's curing the old sinuses. And in a perfect world, what we'd be doing now is we'd go back down to the river while this is all. Is that on now? Which one's out? Yep, okay, great. I'll turn this volume down. Okay. So, as I was saying before, culpable, even though this is a Swede, it's not cannibalism, okay? No, don't do that. Just get on with it. All right. So, we're going to put the Swede in here. Like I said, chunky soup size. What's going to happen is all the moisture is going to come out of these veggies. Right. That's still going beautifully. Starting to cook off a bit though. That's not even, I don't like that. It's not even, don't like that. So we got 3 things on the go here, fam. Right, now, what we've got here is a big old turnip. I haven't grown any of these yet this year, so I can't use anything from home. Now, I don't normally peel these, but it's a bit grubby. Oh yeah, that's a good thing about dementia. You can make new friends every day and hide your own presence. So you want this to be like a nice soup size, you know. Now one thing you want to do, right, is you want to try and put the water in while it's hot. Okay, that can be a mission within itself. Bit of sweet potato, nice. So what I'm going to do in a second, right, is I'm actually going to put the bowl with some water in it to start heating up, because if you don't do that, it could take an hour or 2 for the water to get warm enough to start boiling. A few sweet potatoes. The other thing is too, famo, once you put your veggies in there, right, all the moisture comes out of your vegetables as well. So you want to give this a really, really solid base. You know, it's probably a bit hot. No. Turnips are good, mate. Turnips are good. A couple of spuds. Spuds are good because they got a bit of moisture in them, so early on when you're frying, if you got spuds in there with the moisture in there, it won't burn your veggies too much. Let's get some of these in here. What you're trying to do is you're trying to get all the vegetables to sweat before you add the meat. Rightio. Bet. All right, now a parsnip. With parsnips, if they've been grown with a lot of fertiliser, usually the middle of it's woody. Cut that out. Parsnips, that bit wasn't too bad, so I won't cut that out. The reason why the frying slowed down a bit is the moisture's getting out of these vegetables in there. So this is going to be a really hearty stew, fam. Right, once I mix the green peas in there. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to reduce these vegetables down. There's a bit of moisture coming out of them now. Right, so we're just trying to get them to sweat. The colour in this is just lovely. Okay. The wind's blowing that way, so I'm not, you know, grinding salt or pepper directly over it. Okay. Now, why is that smoking? That's not a good sign. No, that's good. They're caramelising really nicely, fam. Oh, you should see this pork crackle, famo. Right. So another quarter of a turn, like so. Great. Leave this in there. Now, that can, oh no, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. That can be used on top later. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to chuck this bowl down here, right? I'm going to put a bit of water in it. Hopefully we can get a bit of heat in this bowl, because what I want to do, I'm going to show you a quick way to get green beans or green peas prepped. Right, that'll do like that. Nice. Right. So while all this is going on, right, we're just going to put some water in here before that really kicks in. And that's going to heat up. Right, if you're trying to wait for the green peas, the green split peas to break down, it'll take forever and a day, right? And then what we can do is, if we can get this to heat up in the middle bowl, like so, it's just going to be one less thing to do, you know? Right, now, we're going to put the green peas. I'm sure I had them somewhere. Here we are. Right, so, get that hot. You know how they say you got to soak green peas overnight? You don't. Right, once that gets hot enough, just mix them up, right, so they don't stick. That's coming along, it's just grand. Right, so, oh, people, the aroma of this. Let me show you all the colours in this cauldron for the soup. Check that out. Right, check that out, fam. Look at the colours in that. Check that out. Look at that. Isn't that lovely? Right. So let's go back here. Like I said, if you can cook by a campfire, you should be able to cook anywhere, famo. Now I need a drink of water. I'm not going to throw that on there yet. Yeah, it's alright, Ninja, I got it, mate, don't worry. Trust me, I'll melt before the cord does, bud. And if I do, I just put myself in the fire, you know. Nothing wrong with that authentic Australian flavour. Rightio, I'm just going to have a quick drink and then show you what I'm going to do. The other thing you want to do, famo, you got to get the hocks to sweat. Right. Now I have a secret ingredient for my pea and ham soup that not many people use, but I do because it just gives it another earthy taste. Right, I always throw in a big mushroom, okay? Field mushroom, as they're called. Now, good thing about field mushrooms is when you put them in there, they sweat straight away and they've got so much moisture in them. It stops your veg from, you know, burning if it's too hot. Rightio. I'm going to get steam inhalation if I'm not careful. I've still got it in there. Now, what we need to do, me personally, fam, when I cook with the pork hocks, I don't like too much fat in there, even though it tastes great. So what I'll do with mine is I'll peel the skin out like this. Right. Come on, get out of there. Like that. And just take as much of the fat out as I can, although in saying that, if you're camping in winter and you're trying to keep warm, okay, rightio. So this is most of the fat coming off now, right, like that. Got a bit of meat on there. Oh, not too bad at all. Right, so now I've got the fat off that. See how much fat gets cut off it? What I want to do is I want to get this in the pot and I want this to start sweating. In it goes. Oh, there's a bit of meat that you don't want to waste. This one's a nice one. Now these are all smoked, which will just give it a wonderful flavour. Okay. And as you can see, I'm just ripping all the hide off it. Okay, the last thing you want to do when you're camping is continually scrape all the fat that rises to the surface off. You know, some of the old tough nuts will just go along and get a bit of bread, you know, and soak it in there and eat it, but bleh. Let's get that out of there. So what you do is you just shave along. Let's just test that that's okay. Oh, that's pretty good. Right. Once again, cut this down like that. We want it to start to sweat. That's heating up nicely. It's all coming together well, fam, after our disaster early this morning. And this is why you always take metal bowls with you when you go camping, because you can cook with them. You know? That's me lunch so far. I'm hoping the dogs smell this cooking meat and they come down. That's nearly starting to bubble already. That's awesome. Rightio, good work. How hot's that? Hot enough. They're starting to sweat. Very hot. Rightio, let's get this water mixed so it goes warm instead of boiling on one side. No, don't you dare. Don't you dare, you stay right there. Haha. There's a rookie mistake again. All right, Jimbo, remember what that old boy said to you when you were camping, mate? Never ever fill a pot with water, always on the fire. Fill it with water outside the fire. Right, now obviously that's starting to overheat a bit. Let's get that in there. No, that's good. Okay. Righto, fam. A little bit of fire management. Right, now we're down to the coals. This is not going to take long to heat up as well. Rightio. Right, I've seen plenty of these roll over in a fire and it wasn't good. That still needs to rise. That's already boiling. Unbelievable. I hear you, Alex. So what we'll eventually start doing is we'll start bringing the veggies to the top. Right. Then the meat's going to fall off the bone. There we go. While we're here, might take a chance to just pick a bit of the smoked meat off the fat. Why not? A lot of the old cockies out at Boyett Brook and Bridgetown and that, they used to make a mix for their boots to keep the water off them in the winter out of either, I think it was mainly sheep's fat and beeswax. So, oh, it's nice. All right. Half the time, once you start burning the fat on the fire that you've cut off the hocks, that usually brings everyone into the camp, you know what I mean? But, there we go. All right, so we got stuff cooking. And look, that's a good thing about the outdoors, Alex. Enjoy it while you're young, mate. Trust me. Because old age turns up like tomorrow, bud. Not trying to frighten you or anything, but wait till you hit 50, mate. Time seems to get away from you. You can't keep up with it. Right. Oh, all I had was a bit of smoked meat, mate. I haven't even actually eaten anything yet. That's lovely. A little bit caramelised, but right. Now, the crackle is at the point of no return, fam. So when we go in here, have a look at this. See how everything's caramelised underneath? Right. The crackle itself is ready to get heated up. See how all the moisture's out of it? Right, so this is the piece de resistance. It's about the only French I know. Oh, but before we do that, just excuse me for a second. Chef's tax, stay there. Chef's tax. Oh, yes. Oh. Have a look at this, famo. It's not even cooked yet. Right, I'm just going to get a little piece of the belly out. Oh, come on. Go on. You know you want to. Ah. Look at that. That's the piece of pork belly that's been marinating in the onion and the leek. Oh, terrible. You wouldn't like it. Great. So I've got a bit of lunch. And now what we're going to do is a couple of spuds. There. Nice. I'm going to let the heat get out of that for a second. I've eaten worse. A few sweet potatoes. Right, let's put this lid back on. That's boiling beautifully. Why would I put the freaking lid on here? Right. Alright, so let's just give that a little bit more. What is the time? 4:20. Okay, another 10 minutes and then we'll start the top. Okay. Tuna on toast, that's healthy. I've just got burnt. No, not burnt. Oh, that's the best bit. So what happens is, while you're cooking the pork belly, all the leek and the onion and that sort of marinades while you're cooking it. It goes really soft and really sweet. Oh, beautiful. No, I did, mate. I hope to have better luck with the fishing, cooking. Now, we've got 10 minutes before we get that pork crackle right. That's lovely, fam. Hang on a minute, did that time say 4:20? No. Oh, 12:40, God. A bit of a scare. Hear that soup boiling away, famo? Now it's only really boiling on one side, but now that that's up to the boil, what I can do is get the rest of it in there, because you've got to remember it always reduces, you know. So this is going to probably take about 3 hours to boil. So this is the plan. We're going to get a heap of hot coals, right? And we're going to put the hot coals on top of the lid that's got the pork crackle on it for half an hour. Then what I'm going to do is make a mixture up of honey, chili and white wine. I'm going to pour that over the top of the pork crackle, and hopefully that's going to marinate it nicely. Yep, all the spuds have started sweating. That's nearly gone that slightly darkish colour that's ready, you know. And then what we'll do, we'll put the bread on, nice, like that. And away we go. If you want to know a really good punishment, I've done it. Right, get him to eat raw green peas. Never misbehaved again after that one. Mate, I haven't drunk sugar drinks since my heart surgery, pal. Worst thing for you. I had, tell a lie, I had a couple of mouthfuls of this sugar-free drink the other day because I was absolutely thirsty. Mate, terrible. It literally tasted like chemical. Right. Bit sniffly. Oh, in this smoke pool. Certainly give me the old hurt. Rightio, fam. Now, for the piece de resistance, something French said as Australian as I could say it. In here, I have what one. Right, in the what one, I'm going to put some honey. Is it open? Yeah. Whoops. Coca-Cola, oh mate, that's terrible. Okay. Now I have the white one on the honey. Little bit of paprika. Oh shit, it helps if you close the lid, Jim. Oops. Not if you drink it by the vat, Paul. Excusez-moi. So what we've got now is we've got this beautiful little pungent aroma of honey, white wine, a little bit of oil, salt and pepper and paprika. Give it a nice musky taste, you know. Yeah. Remember what I said to you about? That's boiling flat out, fam. Look at that. Lovely. That's lovely. Okay. We're ready to rock. I'm going to put this back on the ice. Are you ready to rock? Oh, if I split that in half. They're getting hot. Yes, it is. Let that burn a bit. Rightio, so what we're going to do is we've got some wood that's still fairly, it's not totally burnt out. I'm just going to work that on there. That's going to start working on the crackle. We'll give it 20 minutes to half an hour, and then what we're going to do is pour the glaze on the top of the crackle, and then we're going to go ham, pardon the pun. Right. I've just got to be careful. Last thing I need is this big bugger tipping over, you know. Lovely. Let's get a bit in there. All right, so now what's happening is that's going to work on the crackle, okay? And hopefully we can get a bit of heat in there, you know? Feel these coyotes starting to crack on top of it. There we are, famo. Not really. Might attract the farm dogs, but that's about it, I think. That's lovely, famo. The aroma coming out of this soup is just fantastic. Right, let me mix this. Now, what we've got to try and do, okay, is we've got to try and make sure that we get the bones out. Right, that's going to be a bit hard to stir. Yeah, see? Now, this is what I need to show you. Where's that bowl? So, you have different stages of a soup. Right, I can show you this. Right, that's good. We'll just mix it up. Well, the other one's in there. Nice. And if you cover it, no flies and stuff like that can get in it, okay? So let's leave that there. So what I'll do is I'll just show you this, famo. So, what we've got here, this is the bone, the smoked leg bone, or hock or whatever, starting to split from the bone. Right. So once all that's cooked off the bone and the bone's left, you just take the bone out. You top it up with water again. Oh, it's not bad. And this is the chef's tax, as I call it. Ooh. Oh, salt coming out of that's beautiful. Back in there you go, sunshine. Now the paprika gives it a lovely earthy type of aroma. Right. Beautiful. Oh, that's really good. All the fat's been boiled out of it. Oh. Going to be a pearler. Just got to be careful though. Might need to build up the coals underneath it, that's all. Oh yeah. Alright, so he's sinking in, great. Just got to be careful when I lift that, because that might tip over and I don't want it to do that. So what I'm going to do is going to get a lump of wood. And I'm going to just chuck that in there. Just as a bit of insurance, okay? Believe it or not, it doesn't take long for that crackle to come on. Okay? Oh. Jealousy is such a curse, Paul. I keep telling you, younger crew. All right, don't succumb to the evils of jealousy. All right, we got a little bit of charge in there now. Oh, excuse me. I think that stew will be ready about 3:30 by the looks of it. Eclipse, how are you, mate? No, matey, haven't caught any big fish for a while. Nearly 4 p.m. in Sydney, so 6 p.m, Paul, it'll just be ready for your dinner. Right, I can hear the pork crackle bubbling. That's not good. So let's just take this down here for a second. Into there. All right, that's quite nice. That's actually really coming along well. That's coming along beautifully. Good. Good. Yeah, about that. Oh, you're on the east coast, are you, Eclipse? Awesome. Yeah, it's 12:57, so. Now, the other thing is too, we've got that chili bread still rising. Nice. All right, fam. So the chili bread is working its way up the pot, see? So what we will do is when it gets to about another inch higher, then we'll bake it, all right? So it's not too like doughy and heavy. Oh, it's not even doing anything. That might do. Okay. Thanks, Eclipse. What was your username on Twitch, if you don't mind me asking? Eclipse Gaming, okay. Eclipse Gaming, vague. No, that was in the early days, I think. Basically, what I've got is I've made a loaf of bread that I call chili bread. It's got paprika, cayenne pepper in it. I'm just letting it rise. In here, I've got a pork belly that's marinated on like a bed of leek and onion, but I've just thrown some spuds in. And in here, I have got a pea and ham soup in this new potty or cauldron, as I call it. That's just simmering away quite nicely, slowly releasing the flavours of this beautiful stew that I'm going to take home for dinner. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Eclipse is a name that's not that common on Twitch. We had a mod that had Eclipsed in their username too a couple of years ago. So, yeah. It's not really that hot, is it? That's a bit disappointing. It's not very hot at all. What can I do to get that going? I need to get that going though. Hang on. Back in a second, fam. I just need to get some heat into this crackle, fam. Yeah, chili bread. It's just bread that I put chili through, not the chili bread that you guys and girls have in the States. I don't know what that is. It's just one that I've had for years that works. So, right. Need some heat in this lid to brown off the pork crackle. So just give me a second, fam. Just going to start another little fire on top of the lid. Come on, burn. Come on. There we go. That should get it going. And then once the coals go, I can start, you know. Oh yeah, basically it's just bread that you put a chili mix through. I put paprika, chili flakes and cayenne pepper through it, you know. So what I'm doing here, fam, is I don't have enough heat in the coals to brown off the crackle. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start this fire on top of the lid. Right. And then that should hopefully put some heat into this wood. Actually, that will keep it down. Like that. If I can get that to start smouldering, I can get a bit of heat in there and I can start browning off that pork the pork belly. Here, I'll show you a clips. This is what I've done. So I've just basically made a bread up and I've put like chili through it and that. I'm just letting all the yeast and everything rise in it. It's nearly ready to put on the coals. Rightio. See some heat in this pork belly. Come on, mate. Hey. That's better. Now these coals are starting to crackle. That's better. Right, so now we can get some heat on top of that pork crackle, right, and away we go. Oh, hopefully it clips. It should do. Now we just need to leave that to breathe a bit. Come on. What was that? Hopefully got some fish here this afternoon. And that one that's in that snag will hopefully be there all day. We'll go back and sort it out a bit later. Oi. We're just going a bit quicker there. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my glaze ready, which is pretty cold, which is good. This is the one that we made earlier. I've got it in a little thermos type flask, so that way it'll stay colder than it would if it was in a flask that wasn't insulated. Right, so let's just check what the cauldron's doing. Yeah, that's just bubbling away nice and slowly. That's ideal, fam. It's not bubbling over. Right, and the good thing about this is because we oiled this off, see how all the water's running off? We oiled that off before. See all the water's running off as it dries? A little bit of scum there, but that's the fat from the mix. Right. So what I've got there is I've actually got this wood crackling on top of the pork belly. So what I can do now is I can bring that back a bit, right, just to release the handle, which is about there, okay, and that'll keep burning. I just got some really dry reeds and some more bracken fern, right. Okay, so I'm going to make sure this isn't going to fall over. So let's take this out of here, like that. Right. That little one there is sort of keeping that in line. Good. Right, that's good. Now, let's bring that in here like this. And then that way, I've got a little space where I can put the bread, hopefully. Right, now what we'll do is, good, nice. All right, so while this is flaming, don't do that to me, come on, down you go. I'm just going to heat that up on top. I'll just show you what's happening with the pork crackle. So basically now we're at the stage, see how the pork crackle's trying to sweat and split? It's gone a soft, chewy type consistency, like like bubble gum. Now we're ready. So, what I'm going to do, let's do a little bit of ASMR cooking here. Right. Ooh. Okay. Listen to the noise that this is going to make, right, when we pour this marinade over it. You ready? And that's got a lovely bit of white wine in it. Right. Back in here we go, like so. This comes back in here with me. Come on, mate. Now's the time to perform. So in another hour, that's going to be cooked. And what we want it to do, we want all this little bit of heat in that we've managed to get in on top. Right? Now that's smoking on top, so we'll get some heat into that. That's exactly what we want it to do. A little bit of smaller type wood around the edge here just to keep it going. Right, now here how that's crackling on top. Right. Great, so by the time this is ready, right, by the time that's ready, that'll be ready to go on. Okay? Now, a little bit of housekeeping. Always got to watch things down when you're camping or they stink. And people, if you're new to the stream, don't be shy. Subscribe for free. Right. It's a good thing about this place. Subscriptions are free. Okay. This sweet potato's been done now. Oh, lovely. Only took an hour. Look at the, these are the purple ones that are white on the inside. Not the orange ones on the outside and orange on the inside. The nicest one. A lot of people call them yams. Okay. Everything's just tickety-boo. I've got this little fire now that's formed on top of the pork belly, so that's going to get that crackle to come off pretty good. I'll just zoom in on there for you and see what we've done there. So if you just look in here, what's happened is, because I had no heat in that pork crackle, what I had to do was just put some of these like coals and that half burnt piece of wood on there. Then I just went and got some dried bracken fern and a few reeds and that, and started a little fire on top. So that's going to get a bit of heat in it. So it's going to cook from the top down. And on the other side, what we've got is that cauldron still boiling away. Right. Just a bit worried about this phone getting hot. Now that the sun has shifted over. Let's just make sure that's not impacting the stream in any way. Okay. So there we go, fam. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that's my only concern, just the heat. But we'll sort it out. We'll give that 15 minutes. Thank you very much, people. 1,558 subscribers now. Is the stream still good, everyone? Is it coming through okay? If someone could type in chat just to let me know that the stream's still going okay, that'd be good. All right, stream's fine. Thank you very much, Eclipse. Right. Now that pork belly is really starting to crackle, fam. And what I'll do is when this is finished cooking, I'm just going to tip the hot coals from the top of this straight onto the bread. Come on. Rightio, let's see what the soup's doing. Oh, the soup's doing fantastically. That soup is doing just fine. So the meat's finally starting to fall off the bone, right? What we'll do, it's mushroom, that's not burnt, good. So yeah, what we're trying to do is we're just trying to cook this and get the meat to fall off the bone. Right, once that's all done, just got to allow for evaporation, remember? All right, so I'll just show you what we're doing here, famo. If you're wondering why the crazy streamer on YouTube decided to, light a little fire, what we need to do is we need to get the heat in this crackle. So at the moment, that wasn't really happening, see? But when I lit that little fire under here, see how we've got all this heat in the roof now? Look. Hear that? All right, so we'll get a bit more heat in there. And see the flames coming off that? That's going to cook really nicely on top. Okay, so we're just going to wait and see what's happening with this. Got a nice breeze blowing. That's always your friend when you're cooking. Excuse me for a second, fam. I just got to get rid of this runny nose. Excuse me for a second, fam. I've just got a visit from the farm owner. I'm going to put this on silent, okay? Hey! Good yourself?
Oh, not bad.
You
comfortable?
you Mark's dad?
Yeah.
G'day, Mark.
And because you just need a few coals to put in that rim, sit your thing on a little bit on top. You don't need much.
All right, fam, there we go. All right, so is everything good now, fam? Good fella, just a top bloke. That was the farmer's dad. Right, now, let's see what's going on. That soup is coming along beautifully. Right, I'm just going to chuck that in there. We're going to start cooking the jeepers. Righto, fam. Now, there you go. The peas have already broken down. Remember when I hit them with the hot water? They've already broken down, which is good. So they're going to start to release through the soup now. Ah, here we are. Right, so what we've got now, right, is we've got the bones starting to fall apart on the hocks, the smoked hocks, right? So what we'll do now, let's just get some of these out. Come on, you bugger. Right, let's get that lid back on. So what we've got here now, famo, this is all the smoked hocks that we had before, right? Now, what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to get all the meat off this. I want to put the meat back into the stew, right? And leave the bones out. Now, don't leave bones out if you're in camping and that sort of stuff, because if something comes along and eats them, cooked bones are a great way to get splinters into an animal's intestine, you know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut these down here like so. Right, get in there, come on. So that's a classic example. So what's happened there is, because that's cooked so well, that's just fallen out of the joint in the knuckle there, see? The stuff that's left on here is mainly fat, so we're not going to be able to use that. So we can just put this back on the fire. All right, so this is what we're going to do. That's the bone there. That'll go into the fire to cook. We'll take this out of here, like so. And all we're trying to do here, right? All we're trying to do here is put that meat back in there. Now this is really thickened up. We've got to be careful here, because I don't want this to burn off because of the peas in there, you know. So what we've got here now is basically we've just got what's left is the soup, right? And the good thing about this is, right, being a pea and ham soup, once the now you don't want this to reduce too much, famo, because we've got so much heat stored in this. Right, this is going to take no time at all to boil again. Right. Rightio, so fill it up to the top. Right. Let's get this back on here. It doesn't take long for that to reduce anyway. That's going to be back and firing again very shortly. Okay. Is that a duck again? Eclipse, thank you very, very much for coming back in, mate. Great to see you. VB Stubbies. Yeah, I've told you what VB stands for, Jimbo. Check this out, Jimbo. Watch this. Watch this, fam. That's just peeling off the bone. Look. Whoa. No. You'd hate it. So what I'm doing is I'm just taking this last bit of smoked ham off the bone here. That is just beyond good. That's decadent now. Oh. And what people don't realise is when you boil that with onion and veggies and that sort of stuff, and you leave the bone in, it comes out sweet. Now, I'll show you how cooked this is. Watch. That broke off the knuckle. Right, and anyone that's cooked outdoors knows that's a really good sign, fam. Okay. Now, that is so sweet. Now, the good thing about this is we've taken the heat out of it, right? Because the one thing you don't want the pea and ham to do is you don't want it to burn on the bottom. Now, the pork crackle has got a bit of heat in the lid, so that's going to be very interesting. So what you got to do is when you're cooking a pea and ham on the campfire and that, right? What you got to do is you always got to stir it and bring all the peas to the top. Right, so let's get in there, and then they'll settle back down again. No, that's about it, I think. No, I'm not letting that go. And I'll show you what we've done in a second, fam, but I'm just going to launch into this hock here. Oh, that's great. This is how well it's cooked, watch. Okay, that's just fallen apart. Absolutely fallen apart. You wouldn't eat that because it's fat, but, you know, hasn't stopped me before. Right, so I'm going to put that on the fire so the farm animals don't come down and get sick from it. Now I need to leave, we've used 10 litres of water today, fam, or we're going to. Right, now, who's keen to see how this pork belly's turned out? Who's keen? Hey? Who's keen? Oh, look at that. Look at that, famo. Chili bread's just about ready to cook. So what it is, that's the bit closest to the fire. We'll warm that up here, like so. Right, there we go. Hey, don't you deflate on me, you bugger. Nearly turned into a sponge. Just like that, they say. Right. Matty Evans, how are you? Rightio. Now, what's the time? I want to give it half an hour. Oh, well, bit too much. Bit worried she might be a bit burnt. That's nice. Get my belly. All right, let's see what's happening here, famo. Oh, shit. Ha, ha, ha. Hey? Let me just get this bit of charcoal out. Here we are. This pork belly is going that well, right? It's even got a bubble in it. There you go. How's that? Right. Oh, bit of spud. Get it, India. Let me just get some spuds for me lunch. Because let's face it, hey, don't you start your stuff. Hey, get out of it. Flame grilled pork belly, nice. Right, I knew that'd happen. But, you know, I still did it. When oil gets past that boiling point. Look at that, famo. Camp oven spuds, look at that. Hey? Rightio, I've just got to remove that. Oh, I didn't show everyone. That's because I was being cheeky. Let me just put this fire out, then I'll show you. No. There we go. Rightio. So check this out, fam. This is what we've all been waiting for. Look at this. Right, check this out. Check that pork belly out. Look at that. You reckon that's coming along all right? Look at that. Hey? Hey? Look at it. Jimbo, down. Don't start crying, Jim. Don't beg. All right, don't beg, Jim. Right. All right, I'm going to get some spuds. Now this wine, because it's marinating in that, oh, that is spectacular, famo. That's not good, that's spectacular. Now, I've got to be careful because I don't want it to burn, but she's just about ready to rock. Right, so if you care to join me for a bit of her cuisine, right, I'll give you her cuisine, mate. So what we've got here, just got a few spuds that I whacked in there earlier. Oh. So that's sweet potato, and I put some royal blue potato in there. That's how well done they are. Look, the fork just drops through. Look, check that out. I'll just show you this. Right. Hey, Matty, here you go, mate. Look, that just falls through. Look. And then falls off. Perfect. I reckon 15 minutes, we're good, famo. Jimbo, did you get told off again? Hey, give it 10 minutes, it should be good, I think. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take that out of there and put the bread in. Oh. Look at the colour of that skin there on the sweet potato, fam. Look at that. Look at the colour on that. Straight out of the camp oven. We've worked for our lunch today. Oh. So has everybody enjoyed the stream today, famo? You all good? I need to try this, I think. Yep. Put that in there. Tuck that in there. And we're away. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Right, let's get the soup going. Brilliant. There's the green sludge from the P&M. Nice. Yep, now we're talking. All that meat's mixing in. So what we'll do is we'll let this reduce down a bit. Oh, look at that. Look at that, famo. Yeah, she's just about ready to rock, I think. Does it taste green or cooked? Lovely. Most important thing with pea and ham, got to keep stirring it. Okay. Shrimpy. Oh, Michael, yeah, I'll show you right now. Hang on. Let me just eat this lunch and then I'll stir it up again. Yeah, Shrimpy, got to ease up on the cymbals, buddy. Hang on, let me just finish this little bit of lunch. Always Shrimpy, you know me, mate. Shoestring budget here, but you know, we eating like royalty. Oh. Yes, Jimbo, hard work. Now, Michael, I'm very sorry you couldn't see that. Let's get in here and do it. Let's bloody well do it. Right, and we still got reception. Yes. All right, people. What I'm going to do is, let me show you what this P&M looks like. Check this out. There we go, boiling away nicely. Look at that. See that? That pea has already broken down. Probably need to get taken off in a minute. Normally when the birds do that, there's a snake around. All right, just got to keep stirring it when it's like this. Right now, we got a little bit of smoke coming out of. I hope that's not burnt. No, that's good. Rightio. So that can go on the it can go. Oh, that can go on there. That can go here. She's done. Rightio. So now time for the chili bread to arc up. Rightio, like that. Let's get that going on there. Righto, fam. Beautiful. Absolutely bloody lovely, that. Yep. That has come up an absolute treat. Right, absolute treat, famo. There we go. So what time is the chili bread going in? Oh, nice one, Shrimpy. Thanks, Jimbo. Don't pay any homage, mate. Like I said, Jimbo, anybody can cook on a stove. Right, but to be able to go out in the bush and, you know, make dishes like this quality with charcoal, good luck. Look at that meat, how it's come up, Jimbo, and everyone else that's in chat for that matter. Check this out, right? This is the meat that's fallen off the bone. Look at that. Here we go. Oops, and it's fallen off the spoon too. Now, the good thing about this is the heat started to die down. So now it's just going to simmer nicely. There we are. Look at that. Look at how all the fat's been taken out of that, fam. Look at it. Right. All right. Now, pork crackle, a little bit of burnt on the bottom, but there you go, famo. Check that out. How's that for the golden crackle there, fam? What do you reckon? Do we get a pass or what, Jimbo? Now the proof, the reason why it's darkened off like that is because I put the like wine through it and everything. So it might be a little bit chewier than normal, but I can brown that off at home a little bit, you know. Now the key to the crackle too, right, I'll just whack that under the grill when I get home, but I mean when you're hungry and camping you'd eat that anyway. So, now, oh that's split, wow, famo, I tried to pick the pork crackle up but it's split. Now this has gone a bit soft but that's okay. Oh, it's split, look at that. Alright, there we go, fam. Now as you can see, right, I'm just going to leave that to cool down. That's the bottom of the pork crackle where it marinated. So check that out, okay? Now, oh wow, hang on. Oh wow. This I'm going to brown that off at home and get the nice crispy crackle in it. So, this is what we've got basically left of the pork crackle, right? Now, can anyone tell me why you think I cooked that? Look at this, fam. All the fat's been cooked out of it. That's the pork crackle underneath. All the fat's been cooked out of it. All that's left is the actual pork. All the fat's down in there. Right? Oh. There we go. Remember that like golden crackle I told you about? Now, this is why I cooked it in foil. Watch. See that? It's formed like a crust. Okay? And all the fat has bound that foil together. That's going to burn beautifully in the fire. And the best thing about all of this is I don't have to worry about getting the fat out of my camp oven because I laid the foil in there. Look, it's spotlessly clean. Check that out. Not a mark on it, fam. Right. So now what I can do is I can plonk that down there. Right. I can get another bit of foil like that. Chuck that in there. That's still pretty hot though, but that doesn't matter. I just got to be careful because look, when I pick this up, because it's cooked so nicely, it actually split. See that side there split? Look, see how it's split? I'll just plonk that in there. Right. Oh, yep. Leave that like that. And now what's going to happen is it's going to cool down. Rightio. Leave that there. Don't do that. That's on the foil, so that's good. Nah, that's starting to get a bit clumpy down the bottom. Right, this is about ready to come off the fire, fam. That's a nice stew. Right, everything's cooked. Hang on. Whoops. Rightio, fam. So now what we've got is this stew's cooking over nicely, right? There we go. Look at that. Yeah, that's really good. That's got a really musky taste to it. Okay, we'll leave that like that. And let's put this back where it should be. Okay. Yeah, down, shrimp boy. Nice thoughts today, shrimpy. I hope you subscribe, shrimpy. Nah, when you put wine on the crackle like that, Ninja, you got to let it dry out a bit, then you do that. I've got to take it home and brown it off under the grill. If I was going to do it so I wanted it on the campfire, I wouldn't have put the wine on it, because as soon as you put wine on it, it just goes soft and beds in it. Beautiful. And now what we can do once everything starts to burn off like that, it'll be good. Rightio. Wash that down again. I'm just gonna have a quick drink, fam. Rightio. Oh, good work, famo. What a lovely day, eh? Ah. Now this is starting to simmer. That's exactly what we want this to do, fam. The coals are down. We're not going to put any more wood on here. Right. That's nice. That's a beautiful slow cooked pea and ham in the old cauldron. Lovely. So all in all, I think we've done well today. Really shimpery. You shouldn't do, mate, because that clip shouldn't be around anymore. Ah, there we go. Nice, this is cooling down for when I take it home. I'll whack it under the grill, brown it off. That's going well. Now I don't want to burn this bread. What is it? 209. Oh, sugar, hang on. Okay, that's nice. Oh, that's come up well. That's very nice. Okay, well, let's get that in there. Let's get that in there. Good work. Well done, fam. Excuse me for a second, famo. All right, Famo. That's better. Oh, that's on stream files, I think, Shrimpy. So yeah, I think you still can see it. Right, Famo, so yeah, what a good day. Cooked a bit of food, we've got a bread going now. It's all good. Let me just grab that phone. We can sit down and have a chat. A little more intimate than running around chasing you know. Scotty Jacko, what's going on, mate? Scott Jacko, Australian Idol's finest. They just don't know it yet. Time to grab a seat, crew. That's all I'm saying. Oh, what's the time? It is 2:13. Awesome. Yeah, it's pretty good, Shrimpy, over here. It's our first decent day for a while. We had the bad rains and, you know, all that. Hey. What? Oh, you're welcome, Welshie. That's why we do it, buddy. This is why we do it, mate. You know, like I said, mate, I never really wasted my time on the other platform with this content. I just sort of waited till we got to YouTube. I had big plans, and I have got big plans for the fishing as well. And all this does, mate, it just gives people a different outlook on things, you know. Yeah. So, you know, we took a very cheap cut of meat, the pork belly, and we've turned it into something special. You know, and it just gives people some respite from the COVID and that, Aussie Welsh. You know. Oh, while we're doing that, let's not forget, Jim, that we got a pea and ham that's festering. Right, I actually reckon that's just about ready, to be fair. Probably just a little bit more, I think. What time do we start cooking? 10 o'clock? Yeah, that's about right. I just need to taste test this. Hang on a second. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's going to take ages to cool down too. I reckon about another 15 minutes. We probably don't want to eat that with the midgie in there, Jim. Thanks, Aussie Welsh. You've been a great supporter of mine for a long time, mate. I really appreciate your input, mate. That's a ripper. Yeah, I know what you mean, Aussie Welsh. Thanks, mate. I really appreciate it, bud. So what we're going to do is, after the cooking's done, we're going to put everything away. Right, what time did we start cooking, famo? It was about 10 o'clock, wasn't it? I think I burnt that off at 11. It's now 2:15. Yeah, 3 hours is about right. Okay. Look at that stew just glistening in the sun. Look at that. Look at it. Just glistening away, bubbling away nice and gently. Yeah, I'm happy with that, fam. Rightio. Yep, everything's broken down. Okay, that's good. Yep, good work. Right, so the stew can come out. Nice. I'll show you what the finished product looked like, famo. Now with this one, what we can do here is that's good. Right. Need to get a bit of heat in this. No, don't do that. Let's get that level. Right. That's magnificent, fam. I'll get a glaze on that later. Oh, I've got a glaze on there now, sorry, but I'll get that cooked off later. Hang on, I just got to get a bit more heat in here, otherwise it's never going to cook. There we go. Nice. All right, famo, let's get this phone out of the heat. Oi, don't do that. Now, let's give some heat in here. I don't want this fire to die down too much. Come on, get going. If not, I'm going to have to... Need to get some heat in that. That's better. A bit of smoke now, it's good. Right. Yep, she's good, fam. Heat's off that. All ready to start getting ready to go home, I think. Oi. And you know the other good thing about today, Aussie Welsh? Not one swear word. You know what I mean? Come on, start smoking up. That usually means something else on the old platform, you know? And Aussie Welsh and everyone else that's in the chat, this is the sort of stream that I try and convey. I try and convey a stream where you're sitting by the campfire with me, you know what I mean? And we're all friends just enjoying a camping session together, you know? Come on, start getting some bloody heat in this pot, in this bread, please. That's good. Now there's smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire, they say. Much better. Once that starts to catch on fire a bit, I'll put it on top and brown it off, you know. There we go, fam. Echidna, how are you, mate? Well, I did a bit of a pork belly, roast and crackle, right? I've got a pea and ham soup in the cauldron that's freestanding. And then at the moment, I'm just doing up a chili bread, mate. Hey, chat, I've got a question for you. Do you think that if I went through one of these combined fishing and cooking streams, if I did all the highlights for the cooking and just turned it into a cooking highlights reel, do you reckon that'd work? Do you reckon we'd get like people watching it? Oh wow, 1,560 subscribers. Thanks, fam. That is awesome. Outdoor cooking and bushcraft. Echidna, welcome, mate. Hope you're well. Tag it with outdoors cooking and bushcraft, etc. and you're away. Okay. Right. Hello, Planet Hunter. Planet Hunter, at the moment I'm working a fair bit on the school holidays, but I'd like to be on YouTube every day. As of next week, as of Tuesday, we're probably going to be on YouTube 2 days out of every 3. Okay? All right, come on. That's better. Now we've got some heat coming into this fire. Great. Planet Hunter, how are you? Welcome to the stream, mate. Love it. Love being outdoors. Love cooking, fishing. Tag it with outdoors cooking and bushcraft and you're away. Thanks, Aussie Welsh. I never thought of that. What I might do is a highlight reel of... That's a good idea. I might do a highlight reel of the Silverside roast, a highlight reel of the chook, and then work from there. Wow, 1,560 subs. Who would have thought, eh? Hey, Bri, how are you, mate? Nah, I got the hat, Bri. It's Australia. We're not that advanced. No, I'm kidding. Right, now. Trust me, mate, the old hat on an open fire does wonders, Bri. Now, what are we going to do here? How about we put that on there, like that, with that. There you go. Beautiful. Okay, let's get that in there. Let's get back down here for a second and we'll put that in there as well. Great. No, it's not that, bro. I mean, bellows you use to put termite powder in a ceiling, mate. We're outdoors, bro. You got to just toughen it out, son. You know what I mean? You got to learn to adapt and thrive. Thrive. So, how are you, bro? Good to see you, mate. Esparta, how are you, mate? Thanks, Echidna. Yeah, it doesn't really work nowadays, mate, you know. Some of the stuff that I've been hearing that's been going on, man. Oh, really? Wow. All right, we've got the flums. Now that's still a bit soft there. It's come along okay though. I wonder, have we got enough heat in here? Have we got enough heat in here to get that going? Let's have a look. Where's my axe? I need to get one of those camping shovels. I keep forgetting to get them. Right. A bit of crackle there. Good. We've got to brown this bread off on top, fam. Right, so if I don't brown this off on top, it's not going to cook. So what I've done is I've gotten a bit of flame into these two bits of wood. I've just put some hot coals down between them. If I can get 20 or 30 minutes of heat in here, right, it'll brown off the top of this bread loaf perfectly. That's better. Oh, a bit of flame, yeah, that's what we want. A bit of flame, get in there. Oh, don't you dare. No, no, no. Microphone doesn't go near the fire. Like I said, fam, anyone can cook on a stove. Get them out here though, we'll sort you out. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's going to start to smoke well. Right, let me just mix this stew up again. Oh, nice. Oh, that's lovely, fam. Got a couple of burnt bits of veg, but you got to expect that, don't you? All right, there's a bit of heat in there now. Nicely, nicely. Hello, WA fisherman, how are you? What do you mean too many notifications for me? I don't understand what you're referring to there, mate. Why is that continually... What? We must have been dropping out and... You had three stream notifications. Oh, what's going on, YouTube? Sort it out. Oh, right, okay. Sorry about that, WA fisherman. All right, we have got a little bit of a fire going here now on top, which is good. Excellent. So what is it now? 2:43. We'll give it to 3 o'clock. Mind you, I do smell like a chimney. There's always a catch. Yeah, that was really disappointing this morning. The stream couldn't stabilise at all. All right. That's good. That's nice and soft. That's all ready to rock. Oh, that's great. That's all ready to go. Just got to wait for this lovely bit of bread to kick in. Hello, baby blue from heaven. Yeah, pretty good, mate. We cooked a really nice pork belly. I did it on a bed of leek and onion, then I threw some sweet potatoes and potatoes in. I had my nice vegan lunch, although I did have a bit of meat. And yeah, the pea and ham soup turned out great. So the cauldron's well worth its while. Cauldrons are good too, famo, for roasts. Just need to figure out how to get a little rack in there so that it doesn't actually hit the bottom and grows, or sorry, grows, like roasts with air around it, you know. I'll show everyone in a second once this fire sort of kicks in on top. I just want to brown off this chili bread. So there's just something about smoke wafting through your car that just, you know, I don't know, just real primal instinct, you know what I mean? How's everyone at home, baby blue? How's your dad's arm? Has it improved a little bit or? Oh, awesome. Glad to hear that. Oh, nice one. Wow, well done. A new car, eh? That's a bit flash. Beats riding horses to go on a date. Get in there, sort it out. Now we got a bit of heat on there, fam. Yeah, last thing you want to do is usually when it cooks slowly from the bottom up, sometimes it stays a bit soft in the middle like a doughy ball. Get a bit of heat on it on top like this and it should kick off straight away. Well, that's good. All the smoke's coming out of the top now. So what would have been a really nice campfire dinner if we were staying overnight tonight, a cup of pea and ham soup and a bit of pork belly in between 2 bits of chili bread. Ooh, lovely, you'd never want to go home. You know what I mean? Need to start packing up soon. And what we might do, famo, we might do one last ditch fishing effort. You know what I'm saying? Just throwing it out there. Nice one, well done. Good work. Give me a second, fam. I'm just going to SMS Jimbo Toon. Come on. I was going to give that 15 minutes, fam. Okay. See, this will still keep cooking a bit if you don't stir it up. Well, still very hot. Don't want to leave enough of a gap that a fly can get through, you know. Oh, very nice. Yeah, they are, Michael. I went and got a push bike the other day, and with that push bike, we're going to start doing a lot more of that, mate. So, right, phone's at 100, which is just awesome. So we're going to do some mountain biking, some road bike riding. I got one of those bike that's like a cross between a road bike and a mountain bike. It doesn't have the quite thin tyres and doesn't have the quite thick tyres. So, you know, all good. Maybe 10 minutes is enough. Let me just... That's not bad at all, actually. Don't do that, you bastard. With these chili breads, they come out fairly pungent. Hey. Okay, now there's an idea. Well, there's an idea. This is what we'll do. We'll take this one out. We'll put this one in. Nice work. Chuck that on there. Beautiful. You can start to lighten up. Excellent. Excellent, Stimpy. Alright, so that bit of wood on top's burning with the coals underneath it. Nice. Good work. It's not even burning. That might though. Okay, so now we've got a bit of fire on there. Let's get that going. No, not really. Baby blue from heaven. Anyone can cook on a gas stove or an electric stove, but cooking outdoors in nature is a totally different ball game. You know what I mean? You got to sort of like light the fire, make sure the fire's going, you know, and that. So yeah, doing it like this, it's a bit different, you know. And it just gives everyone a different outlook on how things get done, you know. And I love cooking outdoors. I'd much rather cook outdoors like this than indoors any day of the week. So, you know what I mean? Oh, that's right, mate. I know everyone's getting hungry, but yeah, you wouldn't like the food I'm cooking. That's why I'm eating it for you. Oh, I hope they're laughing. So yeah, and you know, it's good. It's a totally different outlook. And what we'll do is in a minute, once this is sort of cooked off a bit, right, it's 2:58. I don't have a ladle or anything. I reckon 15 minutes of those things getting together like that'll be good. That wood on top of that, like stove. Yeah, thanks everyone. 1,560 subs. I hope it doesn't drop back down again. Dun, dun, dun. All right, 3 o'clock. I think if we leave that wood on there for about probably, I don't know, yeah, let's leave it on there for a good, I'd say, I reckon probably another half hour. Be good. And then that way what we'll do is we'll pack all this up. We'll just leave this down here like last. And then that way what we can do, we'll duck down for another half hour or 45 minutes. We'll see if we can get that fish out, that big fish from this morning out from that snag, and see how we go. Actually, catching a fish out of that snag would be a great way to cap off the day, I think. I think it's been a really good day, Famo. You know, that little cauldron's absolutely perfect for camping. Just the right size for, you know, cooking stuff in, like to, you know, last a couple of days. So you could cook with that, leave the lid on it and keep it warm near the fire, last a couple of days easy. The longer it stayed warm, the better it'd taste, you know. I reckon 4 o'clock to 4:30 we'll probably finish up, fam. Good half hour. Is that hot? Not really. Okay. Let's get that in there now. That's backed right off. All right, fam, thanks very much for tuning in today. Look, I was going to, wow, it's already 3 o'clock. I didn't even realise that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pack up, just finish off this chili bread. I'd like to thank everyone that's coming today to watch the stream. I really appreciate it. And yeah, we will be doing some streaming probably Monday or Tuesday. I'm busy at work for the next 5 days, so I won't be able to come in and stream. Thank you very, very much for tuning in. Stay safe, stay well, be the best person you can be every day. See you next time.